Good morning, council. Let's begin the roll call for UPB USC. Thank you. UPC USC. Thank you. UPD USC. Thank you. UPD ASC. UPD ASC. Not here. UPD AITSC. Thank you. UPD BAC.
Present.
UPD BAC.
Present.
UPD CAL SC. UPD CAL SC. UPD CESC. Thank you. UPD CFASC.
Present.
Present in the Zoom. Thank you. UPD CHESC. Thank you. UPD CHKSC. UPD CMCSC.
Present.
Thanks. UPD CSSC.
Present.
UPD CSSPSC. Thank you. UPD CSWCDSC. Thank you. UPD ESC. Thank you. UPD LSG. UPD LSG. UPD NCPAD SC. Thank you. UPD SESC. Thank you. UPD SLI SSC. UPD SLI SSC. UPD STAT SC.
Present.
Thank you. UPD EPO SC. UP Depo SC.
Present po.
They're present. UPLB USC. Thank you. UPLB CAPS SC. UPLB CAPS SC. UPLB CAS SC. Thank you. UPLB CDC SC. Thank you. UPLB SEM SC. Good morning. UPLB CAT SC. Thank you. UPLB CFNR SC. Thank you. UPLB CHEC SC. Thank you. UPLB CVM SC. Thank you. PGS SC. Present. Thank you. UPM USC. Thank you. UPM CAP SC. UPM CAS SC. Thank you. UPM DSC. UPM NSC. Thank you. UPM MSC. Thank you. UFA SC. Thank you. UPM CPHSC. Thank you. UPM SHS in Baler Student Council. SHS Baler SC. UPM SHS Extension Campus in South Cotabato SC. UPM SHS in South Cotabato SC. UPM SHS in Palo SC. SHS Palo SC. SHS Tarlac SC. Thank you. UP Main USC. Presentation. UPB CHSS SC. Thank you. UPB CSM-SC. Ayaw pumitag. UP Min SOM-SC. Thank you. UPOU USC. Morning. UPV USC. Thank you. UPV CAS SC. Thank you. UPV CFOS SC. Thank you. UPV CMS. Thank you. UPV SOTEC SC. Thank you. And UPTAC SC. Thank you. Let's do another round for those who didn't reply a while ago. UPDASC, UPD CAL SC,
Present po.
UPD CMUSC, UPD LSG, UPD SLI-SSC, UPLB CAPS SC, UPM SHS in Baler SC, UPM SHS Extension Campus in South Cotabato SC, UPM SHS Palo SC, not here. Okay, with 48 councils present, we are in quorum. We're back in session 10. Okay, so we have two tabled agenda from yesterday. First is the approval of the minutes of the 55th JSC and the Swans ID resolution. So nagpapot naman po ang OSR team sa ating GCs na hindi pa nire-receive yung pinaka-final na document ng ating 55th JSC minutes. So if okay lang po sa councils, mag-move siya towards the end or kapag na-receive na natin yung document. Okay lang po yun. Sige po, thank you. Okay, so I also received the updated version of the Swans ID resolution. Nagbago na pala yung title. So are we ready po to present the revised version? Ready? Sige po. You may present.
Isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat. Nandito kami sa inyong harapan, hindi lamang bilang student council, kundi bilang mga miyembro ng PWD community at pre-service special education teachers. Kaya naman, pagpupugay rin sa lahat ng mga konseho at units na patuloy na ipinaglalaban ang karapatan naming students with disabilities and additional needs. Isinusulong natin ang resolusyong ito dahil oras na upang wakasan ang pagmamaltrato sa komunidad na ito. Sa napakahabang panahon, nasa dulo ng maraming klase ng diskriminasyon, atake, at opresyon ang komunidad ng students with disabilities. At nakakalungkot maranasan ang patuloy na pagsasantabi dito. Kung kaya't, ngayon at higit kailanman, mas lalong isinusulong natin ang pagkakaisa para sa kampanyang ito. Kaya napakahalaga rin ang perspektibo at input ng bawat campus at unit at constituent unit dahil kung wala ang suporta ng bawat isa sa inyo, hindi natin maisusulong ang inklusibong lipunan na matagal na natin inasa. Hindi namin kailanman bibitawan ang kampanya na sa napakahabang panahon ay ipinaglalaban dahil lamang sa pagpapatuloy sa pagsasabaliwala ng mga tao dito. It would be a great disservice to all students with disabilities in our own campus units and councils if we let this type of discrimination continue because of the ignorance, insensitivity, and invalidation that persists.
Pasimula sa pool, palagi pumapanig ang JST
sa marginalized sector upang isulong ang kanilang mga karapatan sa gitna ng kaliwat kanang atake at opresyon na nararanasan nila na ito ang palaging nating babalikan sa dulo. Ang patuloy na pagpanig sa kanila upang siguraduhin kolektibo nating mawawakasan ang anumang klase ng diskriminasyon. Dagdag dito, responsibilidad natin maging empathetic, compassionate, at sensitive, hindi lamang bilang leader estudyante ng kanilang campuses at units, hindi bilang individual. Kung kaya, bilang bunga ng pakikipagdialogo sa iba't ibang USCs ng iba't ibang units upang mailapit ang resolusyong ito sa mga lokal na level, we were able to exhaust means to craft and lobby for provisions that would localize our efforts for prioritizing the needs of students with disabilities for each campus and units. Mas tinuunan din natin ng pansin ang mga mas lalong mapagpalawak at mapagpabuti ng basic services para sa ating students with disabilities. With this, we present the revisions exhausted by the different UNCs in order to further improve our resolution now entitled a resolution calling for the localization of the students with disabilities, tagging and expansion and improvement of the necessary services for students with disabilities.
Hence, makikita po natin na ang bagong pangalan ng ating resolution ay a resolution calling for the localization of the students with disabilities, tagging, and expansion and improvement of necessary services for students with disabilities. So, narinig naman natin kahapon through our insightful discussions and ang ating manifestations that this one's ay context of of every campus unit. Hence, we emphasize that the need for students with disabilities tagging and consequently how the tagging can bring about benefits for SWDs. So, hindi na po siya response ID, rather it becomes a tagging na. And we also highlighted an expansion and improvement of necessary services for students with disabilities. Since sa ating discussion yesterday, na-bring up rin ng maraming campus units ay walang needs or walang necessary, walang structures na formalized and resources in order to cater to the different and unique needs of our students with disabilities that they do deserve. Ang next change naman po. Can we project the ano po? Scrolling down, yes, that scrolling down. Our next amendment naman po is through lines 28 to 33. Bale, ang revision lang naman po nito is for the purposes of brevity. So, but still the thought remains the same, that all that persons with disabilities must have access to quality education that they deserve. Next po, if we scroll down. Okay, so once again, there's revisions to lines 48 to 53. And once again, same purpose lang po ito with the other revision above, which is basically for the purpose of brevity once again. And the idea remains the same, that persons with disabilities must be given the improved material aids, instructional materials, and other services and resources that they need in order to thrive educationally. Ang next revision naman po goes from line 71 to 78, reading, whereas a proper and streamlined verification process of disabilities geared towards students in the UP system is non-existent and overly reliant on the government-issued persons with disabilities ID, which can cause misinterpretation of a person's condition and educational needs. So makikita natin yung pag-tag natin or current tagging processes natin for PWDs in the UP system is kung hindi man non-existent, masyado namang reliant sa isang government issued PWD ID na nag-foster ng number one, bureaucracy and misinterpretation of one's disabilities because it can lead to labeling and discrimination. Up next
is whereas the University of the Philippines should provide a priority for persons with disabilities and students with disabilities in the university during the enlistment and registration period every semester. So we discussed this naman during our discussions kanina, and it seems like our councils are very much approving of this, seeing that giving our SWDs enlistment and registration period priority would allow them to choose the class schedules, the classes that most fit their needs as SWDs. And for the last revision for the whereas clause goes from line 88 to 89. Whereas professors do not have a record of the additional needs of students in their particular classes, thus the proper accommodations are not provided to the affected students. And basically, once again, for purpose of brevity lang naman ito, but the thought remains the same, wherein professors do not have access, do not even know the needs of their students. Kasi they may know the disability per se, they may know the label, they may know the diagnosis, but what do the students need? Yun ang kulang sa ating sistema ngayon.
Now, moving on doon sa ating mga regulatory clauses. Okay, so first, na nirevise natin, ito ay based sa consultation natin with the UP units. Reading, be it resolved as it hereby resolved, that the General Assembly of Councils shall demand for the expansion of basic student services for students with disability, acknowledging their right to quality, accessible, and relevant education. So base sa ating konsultasyon, after ng tagging ng persons with disability, what's next? Ang napakinggan namin ay dapat ay mas ma-expand pa natin ang basic student services na dapat na natatamasa ng ating mga student ng ating mga kapwa estudyante with disabilities. Next, be it further resolved that the GAFP shall demand that the priority be provided for students with disabilities in the UP system during the enlistment and registration period every semester and either term. So based again on our consultation, narinig namin na ang bawat UP units ay hindi nagkakaroon ng students with disabilities na mayroong priority sa kanilang enlistment. Hindi lahat ay mayroong priority, nang sa gayon, ilalaban natin na magkaroon every unit ang mga students with disabilities na priority in order para mas mapadali ang registration process for our students with disabilities. Next, be it further resolved that the GAFP shall urge for the localization of students with disabilities tagging process, which would prioritize students with disabilities during the pre-enlistment, enlistment, and registration period. In line with this, in line sa kanina, ang binago natin sa ating title ay ang localization instead of institutionalization. Ginawa natin siyang localization based sa nasabi ng other UP unit kung saan dapat ay kinoconsider natin kung ano nga ba talaga yung konteksto, kung ano nga ba talaga yung lagay ng bawat UP unit sa pagsulong natin ng resolution na ito para masiguro natin na walang may iwan at lahat tayo ay susulong. Next, be it further resolved that the GAFP shall urge the UP administration to develop a rightful and accessible verification process of students with disabilities. So here, hin-highlight natin ang pagiging rightful and accessible ng verification process. Bakit? Because gusto natin gawin itong na genuine and easy for our students with disabilities in line sa consultation natin. Iniiwasan natin na mas mahirapan pa ang ating mga kapwa estudyante with disabilities doon sa pag-verify ng kanilang disabilities. So, dito sa resolution clause na ito, dapat ay ini-aim natin na magkaroon ng genuine na kino-consider talaga ang ating mga students with disabilities. Next, be it further resolved that the GAFP shall urge the UP administration to accept other official documents and evidences to verify the tagging of a student with disability. Based sa ating consultation, iniiwasan natin ang pagiging bureaucratic ng process based din sa suggestions na raise ng ating mga UP units. Kung kaya naman, gusto natin isulong na magkaroon ng other verification process o tumanggap ang UP system ng ibang documents na magsasatisfy para makonsider natin na with disability ang isang estudyante. Next, be it further resolved that the GASC shall urge for the improvement and expansion of necessary services for the students with disabilities studying, such as the establishment of formalized health service. Based on sa sensing natin ang consultation natin kahapon, nalaman natin na hindi pala lahat ng UP units ay mayroong health services na ino-offer for their students in order for the students to certify or to verify that they have disability. Ngayon, isa sa mga isusulong natin at ikaklamor natin sa ating UP administration ay magkaroon ng formalized health system, health service ang bawat UP unit para mas mapadali at mas maging accessible sa ating mga students with disabilities ang pag-verify ng kanilang disability na pwede nilang gamitin as proof when they want to be tagged as students with disability. Next, be it further resolved, the GASC shall ensure that the students with disabilities tagging process recognize the autonomy of each student with disability, allowing them to access the benefits of the tagging upon their discretion. So here, based sa consultation pa rin natin sa UP unit, ay gusto natin bigyan ng ating students with disabilities ng individual responsibility, ng independence when it comes to the tagging process. So here, gusto natin na ang priority talaga natin ay students with disabilities. Thus, we added this resolution clause. Next, be it further resolved that the GASC shall demand for data privacy of the information provided for students with disabilities ating students with disabilities, ma-inform sila kung saan ba talaga napupunta yung information nila. At bukod pa doon, may additional na nasabi rin ng mga UP units na dapat tayo rin mismo ang nag-a-assert kung sino lang ba talaga yung nakaka-receive ng information na yan. Thus, inad namin dito na dapat ang Office of the Student Affairs lang, ang Office of the University Registrar at yung respective health offices lang ang nakaka-receive ng information na to. Alam nga ng ating mga students with disabilities kung sino ang nakaka-receive, pero sobrang dami namang nakaka-receive nito na maaaring maging uncomfortable sa ating ibang students with disabilities. Next, be it further resolved ng ating mga students with disabilities. Next, be it further resolved that each unit in the UP system should have an office or officer dedicated to providing services for students with disabilities relating to the verification of their disability and the procurement of accommodations they need. Here, in consultation sa ating mga UP units, nalaman natin na wala palang office or walang officer na assigned in order to accommodate the students with disabilities in some respective units. Thus, we will fight in order for every unit to have at least an office or officer na makakapag-accommodate sa ating certification process and in assisting them sa mga kinakailangan nilang services, sa mga kailangan nila GASC shall assert kaya na ang isang student na may disability ay hindi na siya pagdududahan ng kanyang mga professors o ng administration. Hindi na sila i-guilt trip na, hindi naman totoo yan, or like, totoo bang may disability ka? Need natin na mas maging strong na kapag naging verify na may disability ang isang student ay localized student dialogues and consultations with the students with disabilities. So based sa consultation natin na ginawa with UP units last night, need natin magkaroon ng localized student dialogues and consultations in every unit in order para mas makonsult talaga natin yung students with disabilities kung ano ba talaga yung mga pangangailangan nila. Dahil kailangan na kung ano yung opinion or kung ano talaga yung nararanasan ng mga students with disability, yun talaga yung pinaprioritize natin. And yung adequate services na tinatamasa ng ating students with disability. That ends the revisions in our resolution.
Thank you, UPDC for presenting the revised resolution. The floor is open for motions and manifestations. UPM Camp SC, you're recognized, and UPLB CAS SC. UPM MSC. UPC USC. Kahit i-line up na lang po sa ating mics. Magandang araw po. Kami po ang Camp SC, galing sa College of Allied Medicine. Kami po ay mga mag-aaral mula sa physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech pathology at sa aming profesyon, regular na nakakasama at nakakatrabaho namin ang mga PWD. Kaya naman, napakalapit sa amin ng resolusyong ito. Sa mga nakaraang GASC, kapag nagrepresenta ng mga resolusyon patungkol sa mga persons with disabilities, katulad na lamang dun sa nangyari noong 54th GASC, sa resolution calling for institutionalization of services for disabled learners in universities and in other educational institutions, bakit hindi natin ito naipapasa agad? Bakit laging nagiging focus at diskusyon ang paggamit ng mga termino tulad ng SWANs, students with disabilities, or disabled persons? Hindi naman binabaliwala ang mga pagsasaayos ng mga termino dahil totoo ang disability sensitivity at upang mas streamline ang mga resolusyon. Ngunit habang nagko-focus tayo, nasasayang kasi yung oras at pagkakataon na patalasin yung kampanya para sa mga persons with disabilities. Tandaan natin, ang mga PWD ay minoridad. Bahagi sila ng sektor ng UP system.
ng kampanya para sa sektor ng mga students with financial assistance, dormers, student assistants, gender women, at women na nakaspecify ang sektor nila sa mga resolution. Bakit hindi natin nadadala ang mga resolution ng students with disabilities na nakaspecify ang kanilang sektor, na nakaspecify na sila ay may disability? Kung babalik tayo sa usapin ng termino, walang mali sa paggamit natin ng SWANs. Sa totoo lang, encompassing siya at maganda naman ito dahil nagiging inclusive siya. Pero pag gagamitin ito sa resolusyong ipinapasa ngayon, nag-generalize ang needs ng mga PWDs. Kaya nawawala yung essence ng resolution. Pinagpaaralan namin sa CAM na ang kahalagahan ng pagdadala ng tenure ng PWDs, kung saan nakafocus ito sa tao at hindi sa kanyang kapansanan o limitasyon. Kaya para sa CAM-SC, matatag kami na gamitin ang students with disabilities upang mabigyang prioridad ang pag-expand ng basic student services para sa kanilang mga pangangailangan at makamit nila ang quality and accessible education. Again, walang mali sa paggamit ng termino na disabilities. Dapat walang stigma sa ito una pa lang. Ang disability ay isang umbrella term na kinakapalooban ng isang body impairment, activity limitation, at participation restriction. Pero nire-recognize din nito ang social at environmental context ng isang tao. Kaya ang mga architectural barriers at ang iba't ibang polisiya ay nakakaapekto sa kondisyon ng isang tao at kung paano siya namumuhay. Sa malaking salita, malaki ang epekto ng lipunan sa kung paano namumuhay ang mga persons with disabilities. Kulang ang genuine student representation ng PWD sa mga konseho. Nakakasama ng loob, pero nakita natin sa unit report ng bawat konseho na kulang o walang mention sa sektor ng mga students with disabilities. Kaya sariling pagpupunan natin ito sa ating lahat na nandito, na aminin naman natin na nagkulang tayo at sana mabawi natin ito, na sana sa pagkatapos nito ay patala natin ang kumpanya at ang karapatan ng mga PWDs dahil kasama sila sa minoridad na ipinaglalaban po natin. Kaya sana ma-consider po na maipasa talaga ang resolusyong ito. At open na open po ang Camp Student Council at ang UPTCESC upang mas magbigay lalim pa sa kahalagahan ng disability sensitivity at sa kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng basic student services para sa mga estudyante na may kapansanan. Kung sa halip yun na nga po, hirap na silang mabuhay. Sana naman kahit sa UP ay mabigyan sila ng isang comfortable space. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you, ang CAM-SC. Next po, UPLB Gasc. SC.
Pagpupugay po sa author ng resolution na ito, ang UPD College of Education SC. Sapagkat tulad ng sinabi kanina, sinusuportahan po natin ang edukasyon na talagang accessible para sa lahat ng sektor ng lipunan. And to push for a nationalist, scientific, and mass-oriented education, the UPLB CAS SC would like to amend a whereas clause, the second to the last whereas clause po. Instead of whereas in pursuit of quality and accessible education for all, dapat ito po ay in pursuit of nationalist, scientific, and mass-oriented education. Because quality education is not enough. Dapat ito ay naglilingkod rin para sa interes ng bansa. Ito ay dapat scientifico at para rin sa masang Pilipino. Yun lamang po. Thank you.
Thank you po, UPLB Gasc SC. So there is an amendment to the second to the last whereas clause. It now reads, in pursuit of nationalist, scientific, and mass-oriented education for all. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries, duly amended, the whereas clause. Thank you, UPLB CAS SC. Next po, UPM, MSC.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Sumusuhay ang UPM MSC sa manifestasyon kanina ng UPM Camp SC. Bilang manggagamot ng bayan, kinikilala namin ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng karagdagang accommodation para sa mga kapwa estudyante nating mayroong mga disability. Hindi po kami tumututol sa pagkakaroon ng all-encompassing label o tag tulad ng SWANs. Ngunit kami ay nangangamba na kung papalitan natin ang terminong SWD or Students with Disability sa konteksto, ang partikular na resolusyong ito ay baka hindi matugunan ang mga espesipikong pangangailangan ng kanilang sektor. Pinaliliwanag sa preambulatory clauses ng resolution ang definisyon at sitwasyon ng mga PWD sa loob ng universidad. Tulad ng kakulangan sa PWD accommodating infrastructure tulad ng elevators, ramps, signages, accommodating learning materials naman sa loob ng silid-aralan, at expanded medico-psychosocial services. Naniniwala po kami na mahalaga ang delineation na ito para mapaabot ang mga espesipikong pangangailangan nila, para matanggap nila ang kalidad ng edukasyong karapatan nilang matanggap. Kaya sumusuhay po kami sa author ng resolusyon, UPDCESC, na nagsabi na dapat nakasaad sa registration platform natin ang specific needs ng bawat estudyante para malaman ito ng profesor at para mabigyan tugon ng mga ito. Ngunit susulong din natin na hindi lamang sa panahon ng registration makakamit ng mga PWD at students with disabilities ang mga benepisyong ito. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPM, MSC. Next po, UPC, USC.
Taas ko ng pagpupugay sa may akda ng resolution. Salamat sa pagkonsulta at pagkonsidera sa mga regional campus units nang sa gayon ay malocalize ko ang sector na ito sa ating lokalidad. As in all regional campuses deprived of budget to improve inclusion, ang UP Cebu sa kasalukuyan ay may kakulangan sa pagbibigay ng sapat na lugar at suporta para sa mga students with disabilities. May nakakabahalang kakulangan ng pagsasaalang-alang sa mga pangangailangan ng may disabilities sa umiiral na infrastruktura, patakaran at kultura sa loob ng campus namin. Some examples that demonstrate this lack of disability include, accessibility. Student spaces disregarding the needs of students with disabilities by design, with limited accommodations like ramps, elevators, or accessible restrooms. A shortage of assistive technologies, resources, and other academic support services. Limited staff training and awareness around disability inclusion due to no disability-focused student organizations and community spaces. Gayon din, nagkakaisa ang UP Cebu sa mga may akda ng resolution sa fundamental na palawakin at magitang magbunga ang expanded basic student services sa mga students with disabilities sa iba't ibang campus unit, especially sa regional campuses. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, UPC, USC. The floor is once again open for manifestations. UPM CAS SC, you're recognized. UFA SC, you're recognized.
Isang taas na buong pagpupugay para sa UPDCESC para sa pagsulat ng resolusyon na nakaukol sa sektor ng persons with disability. Ang neoliberal at komersyalisadong sistema ng edukasyon ay patuloy na nag-oopresa sa sektor ng PWDs. Ating kinikilala na ang sistema ang pangunahing nagpapalala sa mga paghihirap ng mga PWDs. Sa UP Manila lamang po, na surrounded by commercialized sector, na walang pake sa mga taong karapatan ng iba't ibang sektor, ay napakalala ng aming kalsada na makikita mo papunta sa Philippine General Hospital na kung saan ay dapat meron silang espasyo ay wala silang madaraanan ng kanilang mga wheelchair pag napakadelikadong mga butas at daan para sa mga kamay kapansanan sa paglalakad. At kasama na nga din dito sa mismong paaralan na kinikilala natin Health Sciences Center ng bansa ay walang tactile pavings, walang braille marking sa iba't ibang pwesto at pati ng gobyerno para sa masa ay nawawala. Kasama na nga din dito yung high ramps at bilang Health Sciences Center at Universidad para sa tao, nakakalungkot na hanggang ngayon po ng dalub-asal na nakasentro sa antropolohiya, sosyolohiya at psikolohiya. Amin din pong nakakasama ang mga taong may disabilities with intellectual learning and development. At nakakalungkot isipin na hanggang ngayon ay yung mga disabilidad na hindi nakikita sa ating mga mata ay patuloy na naiiwanan. Kung hirap na po yung mga kasama natin sa PWD sector sa pamumuhay nila sa walang kwentang infrastruktura ng mga gobyerno, paano pa yung mga PWDs na hindi nila nakikita, na hindi nila napapansin at walang guilt at empathy sa kanilang mga puso na pinangungunahan lamang ng ganit sa kapangyarihan. Saririnig po namin in person kanilang mga paghihirap na hanggang ngayon ay patuloy na nilalabi at patuloy natin kino-forward pero hindi pa rin napapansin sa estado ng gobyerno. Kinikilala po namin na may iba't ibang pangangailangan ang mga bawat sexes at bawat grupo sa PWD sector. Meron po silang iba't ibang pangangailangan na hindi dagdag sa mga karapatang pantao na dapat binibigay natin sa kanila. Kaya with that, we would like to amend po all clauses that includes additional needs to other needs. Hindi ko na po siya sinensense, Control F po ng mga po siya.
Sorry, additional needs to all clauses that includes the phrase, quote-unquote, additional needs to other needs po.
Ay muli, sumusuhay ang konseho ng mga mag-aaral sa kolehiyo ng Agham at Sining sa pagpasa ng resolusyong ito because as members of the General Assembly of Student Council, bilang miyembro ng mga leader estudyante sa buong Pilipinas, it is now more than ever na dapat magkaroon na tayo ng sistema ng polisiya na nag-localize sa paghihirap ng sektor ng persons with disability. Lamang at maraming salamat.
Thank you. So on the document, you can find additional needs to on line 88, 105, and 164. Pa-project na lang po sa atin. Sige po, wait lang daw. So there is a motion to amend the phrase additional needs to other needs. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay po, seeing none, motion carries. Phrase is duly amended. Line 88, 105, and 164 po. Sige po, UFA SC, you're recognized.
Pusong sumusuporta ang UFA Student Council sa resolusyong ito dahil naniniwala rin kami na ang persons with disabilities have equal rights to quality education. Isa rin sa mga issue na kinakaharap ng ating mga persons with disabilities ay ang financial burden na kaakibat ng kanilang kondisyon dahil sa mga equipment at mga kagamutan na kailangan nila sa pang-araw-araw. Kaya naman, nararapat lamang na mas maging proactive tayo sa pagbibigay ng formalized expansion and improvement sa mga serbisyong kinakailangan nila. Ine-emphasize din ng diskusyon na nagdaan ukol dito ang kahalagahan ng konsultasyon at ng pag-contextualize batay sa material na kondisyon ng bawat constituent unit upang makagawa ng mas inklusibong mga polisiya at upang matiyak na talagang naa-address ang mga pangangailangan ng mga estudyante. Muli, Education Student Council at sa lahat ng mga konseho na tumulong upang mabuo at ma-improve ang resolusyong ito. At sana'y magsilbing hamon ito sa ating mga konseho na mas mailobby ang mga pangangailangan ng mga persons with disabilities. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, UPSC. The floor is still open for motions and manifestations. UPB-USC, UPM-USC, recognized.
Grupo. The UPB-USC would like to file an amendment call for resolutory clauses found in lines 112, 116, and 157. Due to the uniformity which tackle prioritization during enrollment processes. So this is how it should go po. Be it further resolved that the GAST shall advocate for prioritizing enrollment for students with disabilities, implementing a localized tagging system, and ensuring sufficient resources and improved priority systems to address their specific needs during enrollment periods. Yun lang po. 112, 116, and 157.
What's the amendment, sir? Okay. You just saw it. Merging of resolutory clauses found in lines 112, 116, and 157 into one resolutory clause. Where will it be placed, po? Okay, so the merge clause reads, be it further resolved that the GASC shall advocate for prioritizing enrollment for students with disabilities, implementing a localized tagging system, and ensuring sufficient resources and improved priority systems to address their specific needs during enrollment periods. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clauses duly amended. Thank you, UPBSC. UPMUSC, you recognize.
Isa sa mga primaryong problema na kinaharap ng ating mga students with disability ay ang proper recognition ng kanilang struggle, pati na rin ang kanilang mga experiences. Ang student services ay hindi lamang dapat nilimitahan sa priorities and legislation o kaya priority sa mga slots. Ito ay dapat na extend sa classroom. Ito ay dapat na extend sa kanilang buong pananatili sa universidad dahil karapatan din nila ang accessible serbisyo. Ang mga pamamahala sa loob ng classroom na accessible din sa kanilang pangangailangan. At nauugat natin na ang struggle ng ating mga SWDs or student with disabilities ay nauugat sa colonial, commercialized, pati anti-democratic nature ng ating education system. Kahit mula sa UP Manila bilang Health Sciences Center, nakikiisa ang UP Manila USC sa panawagan na expand ang basic student services ng ating mga SWDs. Nakakalungkot na pa rin hanggang ngayon, hirap na hirap tayo sa pag-recognize sa importance nito. Patuloy pa rin ang pag-i-invalidate sa ating mga students with disabilities na umaabot sa diskriminasyon o kaya pag-question sa validity ng kanilang kondisyon o sa validity ng kanilang panawagan. Kailangan nating tandaan na hindi lamang iisa ang forma o itsura ng mga disabilities na kinaharap natin bilang mga estudyante. Kung kaya't mula sa UPM-USC, tinatanggap namin ang puna. Tinatanggap namin ang puna na marami pa tayong pwedeng gawin. Na tayo rin ay nagkukulang bilang mga konseho upang patambulin ang panawagan ng mga students with disabilities. Kung kaya taas kamaong pagpupugay sa mga authors ng resolutions na ito sa patuloy na pagkapatambol ng advokasya natin para sa students with disabilities. Dahil ang paglaban o ang pag-expand ng basic student services ay laban natin lahat. At ito ay hamon na para palakasin palalo ang ating kampanya para sa nationalist, scientific, at mass-oriented education system. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPMUSC. The floor is still open. Motions and manifestations. UPV CPOS SC recognized and UPOU USC.
Nais po namin pasalamatan ang mga authors ng resolution na ito sa paggawa ng resolution para sa ating mga kamag-aral na dumadanas ng disability. At sa UPV, dito sa amin, may mga sa CRS, may acknowledgement kung ikaw ay with disability or students with additional needs. Pero aminin natin na hindi naman or hindi ganon napapaabot ng tulong ng administration na kinakailangan ng mga estudyante. At ang resolution na ito, isa siyang hakbang para mas mapalawak pa natin ang pagpapaabot ng basic student services hindi lamang sa mga kamag-aral natin, pati na rin sa mga persons with disabilities. And yun nga, yung campus kasi namin, very, very magkakalayo yung mga buildings. So, it's another, a great way, a great start for us to recalibrate din yung mga mechanisms na kung paano mas maging accessible yung campus para sa ating mga kapwa kamag-aral. And with that, the UPBC plus SE would like to file motion to omit lines 187 to 190 po sa resolutory clause. One 187 to 190. Sa taas. Lines 178 na po pala. 181. Ang reasoning po namin dito is because halos safe na po siya ng thought with the lines 183. So, ayun po.
Okay, thank you, UPVC plus SC. There is a motion to omit line resolutory clause on line 178 to 189 on the basis that it has almost the same nature as the following
178 to 181.
178 to 181. On the reasoning that it has almost the same thought as the following resolutory clause. Are there any seconds, Bob? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Resolution duly amended. Thank you, CFAS SC. Next, UPOUSC.
Taas kamaong pagpupugay sa mga may akda ng resolusyon na ito sa pagbibigay ng inisyatibo na mabigyan ng plataforma ang mga estudyanteng may kapansanan at makikibaka na maibigay ang kanilang rapat na karapatan. Kami sa UPOU UST ay nakikiisa sa resolusyong inihain ng UPDCESC. Kami ay nagpapasalamat sa ginawang nilang konsultasyon sa iba't ibang campuses at units. Huwag nating hayaan na makulong ang ating mga konseho sa mga isyong nakapaloob sa ating mga sariling campuses at units upang hindi na natin makita pa ang iba pang mga problemang kinakaharap ng mga minorya sa labas ng ating mga unit. Nire-respeto natin sa parliamentary procedure na dapat ang desisyon ng mayorya ay marespeto. Pero hindi nga ba't sinabi ng former KSUP Chair Andrew Ronquillo noong Skills Training Workshop na ang number one rule sa parliamentary procedure ay, I quote, respect the majority and protect the minority. Sa mga resolusyong ating isinusulog sa GASC, ay huwag nating hayaan na may naiiwan na sektor ng mga estudyante. Respetuhin ang mayorya at protektahan ang mga minoryang sektor ng ating sangka-estudantihan. Ating tandaan, nasa kolektibong kalakasan ng mga iskolar ng bayan, nasa kolektibong aksyon at pakikibaka ang daan upang ating makuha ang mga progresibong pagbabago. Dapat ay sama-sama tayong lumalaban, hindi lamang para sa ating mga nasasakupan, kundi para sa lahat. And with that, the UPOU-USC moves to adopt the resolution titled, "A resolution calling for the localization of the students with disabilities tagging and the expansion and improvement of the necessary services for students with disabilities." Salamat po.
Thank you, UPOU-USC. There is a motion to adopt the resolution as amended and revised. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Objected, motion carries. The floor is open for motions and manifestations. CHSSSC are recognized. UPLB some SC afterwards.
Maayong aga po sa inyong lahat. So isang pagpupugay po sa lahat na nandito po ngayon. So we filed a motion to amend and add a resolutory clause below 110. Be it further resolved that the General Assembly of Student Council shall promote with utmost persistence the Board of Regents to the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, or OVPAA, to make pertinent revisions on the academic curriculum of the UP system that comprehensively facilitates the educational needs of SWDs and for the promotion of a more inclusive modification of existing social stigma in the society. Along with that, we'd also like to add and amend, we would like to merge lines 126 to line 132. Be it further resolved that the JSC shall improve and ensure that the services provided to the students with disabilities tagging process recognize the autonomy of each student with disability, allowing them to access formalized health services and benefits of the tagging upon their discretion.
Can we ask for a copy po of the,
We've already sent the copy to the GC po.
okay, thank you. Is this the merging of the objective clauses? Okay. So the new clause reads, be it further resolved that the JSC shall improve and ensure that the services provided from the students with disabilities tagging process recognize the autonomy of each student with disability, allowing them to access formalized health services and benefits of the tagging upon their discretion. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Objected by UPM Camp SC. Motion flies. Would you like to state? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, you're recognized.
We objected because we just wanted to add something to the suggestion of UP Min CHSSC.
To the Secretariat, I sent it to our core group. Okay. Nakita naman po ba ng lahat yung amendment? Sige po. So the first one reads, be it further resolved that the JASC shall improve and ensure that the services provided from the students with disabilities. Ito pala yung in-object. Can we discuss muna the next amendment? Okay. The second one is, be it further resolved that the JSC shall clamor with utmost persistence to the Board of Regents through the OVPAA to make pertinent revisions on the academic curriculum of the UP system that comprehensively facilitates the educational needs of SWDs and for the promotion of a more inclusive modification of existing social stigma in society. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clause duly added. Okay na po ba? Yung una? Okay.
Again, would just like to add more context dun sa previous na nirelease na resolution. So, for merging of objective clauses in 126, 132 before, so be it further resolved that the GASC shall improve and ensure that the services provided for the students with disabilities is used with autonomy, allowing them to access formalized health services such as access to medicines and therapy services and other benefits of the tagging upon their discretion.
Camp SC, what's the stand? Can we have a copy now? Thank you. UPLB Sam SC, you're recognized a while ago.
So good morning po. We would like, magpapahabol po kami ng amendment. We would like to add an amendment to the merged resolutory clauses. I believe it's the 11th resolutory clause ngayon. Amendment ay to strike off the word advocate and change it to demand. Kasi at this point, we believe na we need to assert to the UP community and the society na this result is needed. And additionally to that, we want to make an amendment to the final resolutory clauses and change struggle for genuinely accessible and quality education to nationalistic, scientific, and mass-oriented education. That's all po.
Okay, thank you. So the first amendment is to strike the word advocate and change it into demand on the recently merged resolutory clause found in line. Where is it now? Sorry, the 11th result clause as be it further resolved that the JSC shall assert that professors, etc., etc. Okay. Okay, it's on line 161. So change the word advocate to demand. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries, duly amended. And the second is, saang line po ito? The last resolutory clause? Okay. Be it finally resolved that the JSC shall continuously struggle nationalist, scientific, and mass-oriented education for all and oppose attacks on education that threaten the rights of all students, especially students with disabilities, in any form of harassment, militarization, commercialization, which is adopted. Congratulations, Council. Okay, that is the 12th resolution for this convention. Our next resolution to be discussed is entitled a resolution urging the University of the Philippines, JSC, to unite and intensify the campaign against public utility vehicle modernization program and its respective local implementations of local public transport routes. Authored and co-authored by UP Diliman University Student Council and UP Visayas University Student Council, as well as UP Cebu University Student Council, UP Manila College of Arts and Sciences Student Council, UP Visayas College of Arts and Sciences Student Council, UP Visayas College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences Student Council, and UP Diliman College of Social Work and Community Development Student Council. Who will be presenting? Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Isang mapulang araw po sa ating lahat. Ngayong araw ay ipapakilala namin ang panukalang resolusyon na pinamagatang A Resolution Urging the University of the Philippines General Assembly of Student Councils to unite and intensify the campaign against the public utility vehicle modernization program and its respective local implementations of local public transport route plans or LPTRPs na bunga ng matagumpay na merging ng dalawang resolusyon na isinulat ng UP Visayas USC, UP Diliman USC kasama ang UP Cebu USC, UP Manila CAS SC, UP Visayas CAS SC, UPV CPOS SC at UPD CSWCDS. Ang PUBMP tulad ng nabanggit sa resolusyong ito ay naging laman ng pagsusuri dahil sa kanyang neoliberal, mapanlinlang at kontra-Pilipinong pamamaraan. Batid natin sa puntong ito ng implementasyon ng PUBMP at sa kalagitnaan ng pakikipaglaban ng masa upang tutulan ito, ang naging dagok sa ating mga mamamayan, lalo na sa ating mga small-scale operators at mga tsuper. Ang resolusyong ito ay ang pagpapatuloy ng naunang resolusyon na inhain sa GASC na tumatalakay na sa GP phase-out. Ngayon, sa resolusyong ito, hinihikayat namin na nagkakaisang puwersa ng mga konseho ng UP na pagtuunan ng pansin, pagsusuri at pagtutol ang pagpapagana ng PUBMP sa ating mga probinsya, munisipalidad at lungsod sa pamamagitan ng local public transport route plans. Ito ay ang roadmap sa ating mga lokalidad sa kung paano babaguhin ang ruta ng mga pampasaherong sasakyan, ang bilang ng espesipikong mga unit ng modern buses at PUVs na angkop sa iba't ibang mga ruta at ang pagko-custom fit ng route plan sa stakeholder demands na kalaunan ay magbubura ng mga GP units sa urban centers o mga kalsadang produktibo sa kanilang pamamasada upang paboran ang mga business groups. Lantad ito dito sa Iloilo kung nasan tayo ngayon sa pagpapaalis ng mga small vendors sa super at ang pagpaprioridad ng Mega World condominiums and commercial properties upang unahin ang mga business center. Banta din ito sa pagdilimita sa ruta ng mga jeepney hanggang sa specific terminals at ngayon sa panghihimasok ng kooperatibasisasyon sa mismong UP Visayas na siyang malaking banta sa ating mga driver.
Kaya, bilang tugon sa historikal at revolusyonaryong pagkakaisa ng mga iskolar ng bayan sa sektor ng transportasyon na nagsimula sa Diliman Commune, dulot ng oil price hike ni Marcos Sr. hanggang sa PUBMP ngayon ni Marcos Jr., hinahain namin sa aming resolusyon ang pagpapatindi ng kampanya ng lahat ng konseho upang tutulan ito. May sasagawa ito sa pag-udyok sa lahat ng konseho na maglusad ng regular na paglubog sa mga driver at operator sa anumang forma ng transportasyon sa ating mga komunidad upang sumikap na mag-organisa din sa kanilang mga hanay. Kikita natin ang taktikalidad at kakayahan nito na makaani ng tagumpay sa pagsulong ng kanilang mga panawagan. Katulad lamang ng UP Transport Group sa UP Diliman at ang Bolho Sapa Tricycle Drivers Association dito sa UP Visayas. Kalakip din ang aming resolusyon at paguyod ng lahat ng konseho ng puspusang kampanya ng pagsisiwalat sa huwad na modernisasyon ng PUBMP at ng LPTRP sa pamamagitan ng mga educational discussion, pananaliksik ng mga batas at dialogo kasama ng ating mga tsuper. Kakibat din ito ang paglunsad ng mga kilos protesta at kilos propaganda na siyang magpapanawagan ng pagsulong ng isang just at mass-oriented transition na nakabatay sa pambansang industrialisasyon at reformang agraryo. Sa pangwakas, tayo ay tumitindig ng nagkakaisa sa ating layunin. Ang mga hamon na dulot ng PUBMP ay nangangailangan ng ating matibay na pangako sa katarungan, kahusayan at kapanganan ng masang Pilipino. Mga kasama, ating iparating ang ating oposisyon, hilingin ang pagbabago at magpatuloy para sa isang sistema ng transportasyon na tunay na naglilingkod sa pangangailangan ng sambayanan hanggang sa tagumpay. Maraming salamat po.
Ngayon po ay handa na kaming tumanggap ng mga tanong at mga panukalang amyenda.
Okay na po? Okay, thank you UPB-USC and UPB-USC. The floor is open for motions and manifestations. UPLBC at SE, you're recognized.
Magandang araw po sa lahat. Kaisa po ang SC sa pagpapasa ng resolusyon na ito at ito naman po natin sa ilang araw natin dito sa KSBPJ-SC ang kapalpakan ng PUBMP na ito at sa kasalukuyan sa aming kolehiyo ay kahirapan sa aming mga estudyante ang paglipat sa aming mga klase dahil sa aming kolehiyo ay magkakalayo ang pwesto ng aming mga department at institusyon at aming pwesto sa UPLB mismo sa lower campus ay magkakalayo sa ibang mga colleges kaya kapag dilipat-lipat kami ng mga klase ay malayo talaga ang nilalakad at dahil sa malayo nga ito sa ibang colleges ay bihira magdaanan ng mga ruta namin kaya madalas dahil magkakasunod din ng mga klase namin ay naglalakad o natakbo na lang na ang mga estudyante namin mapunta sa iba't ibang mga klase namin. At meron pa isa kaming klase sa ibang mga program namin na nasa upper campus. Kaya kailangan talaga na may pangmasang transportasyon na di talaga dapat may matupad ang PUPMP na ito. At with that po ay the CNSC would like to amend the preambulatory clause on line 59 to 66. Change po yung date ng recent na extension yung April 30, 2023 to April 30, 2024 po. And amend din po yung sa preambulatory clause on line 77 to 82 to include the forestry jeepney line po for UP Los Baños campus. Kanan, kaliwa, and forestry po yung amendment. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPLB Sulit SC. So there's a motion to amend line 164. On line 164, April 30, 2023 to 2024. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries, duly amended. And the second is found on line 81 to add the kanan, kaliwa, and forestry jeepney line, and forestry jeepney lines. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries, duly amended. Thank you, UPLB, CNSE. Are there any other manifestations or motions on the floor? Again, are there any other motions or manifestations on the floor? Councils. UPLB, yes, you are recognized.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Una ay pinagpupugayan natin yung mga nag-akda ng resolusyon na ito at nasasalamatan dahil kailangan talaga natin maipatanggol ang issue ng Quad o PUV Modernization Program ng Administrasyong Marcos at Duterte. Dahil tayo na rin ay nagsagawa ng BMI or ng BMX tungkol dito para din maging tuloy-tuloy yung daloy ng ating mga diskusyon. Baka maaaring makapagbigay ng mga lokal na konteksto at manifestasyon ng epekto ng ginagawang PUV Modernization Program sa ating mga lokalidad. Kasi dito pala sa Iloilo, mga kasama, ay nagsimula na matagal na yung consolidation ng franchise. Nabanggit sa atin ng UP Visayas nung tayo ay nanggaling sa BMX na every day the workers of Iloilo City have to travel back dito sa Iloilo Province by riding on top of traditional because modern jeepneys only have limited operating hours. Sa Timog Katagalugan naman, nakipagkaisa tayo doon sa transport strike na sinagawa dahil yung mga ruta ng Kabuyaw papuntang bayan na modern jeepneys ay hindi pumapasok doon sa mga looban. Baka mas magandang makapagpalalim ang iba't ibang mga konseho patungkol dun sa kanilang lokal na konteksto para tumaas yung appreciation natin na ipasa ang ganitong klase ng resolusyon. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat.
Is that a POI?
Yes po. Yes.
Okay, it's a POI to the body, especially the campuses po with local jeepney lines within their constituent units. Nakapag-share lang daw po ng ating mga local situations. So there's, as far as I know, Diliman, Los Baños, Mindanao? Mindanao? Sige po. Who wants to go first? Are you raising your tolerance? Okay, UPOUSC recognize.
Ayun po, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Alam naman po ng lahat na ang UPOU po ay isang distance education university. Pero hindi po lumalayo yung aming mga problema bilang mga regular na karamihan po sa aming mga estudyante ay working students. So, sila po ay mostly commuters. So, affected kami dun sa pagtaas ng mga presyo pamasahe, at syempre dun sa nakaabangang jeepney phase out, na kung saan kung maaprubahan ito, may mga ruta talaga na maaapektuhan. Tapos pangalawa, tataas yung pamasahe and yung safety rin ng mga commuters ay hindi masisigurado. Kasi sa amin po sa Bulacan, mayroong mga ruta na dinisenyo nila para lamang sa ilang ruta. At bagaman accessible ito, tuwing rush hour talaga, siksikan, tsaka very super spreader event siya na naranasan ko mula Philcoa hanggang SM Fairview. So that's around more or less 10 kilometers. Ay nakatayo ang 15, mga 15 sa isang modern jeepney na hindi naman yung karapat-dapat. Sa amin naman po sa Bulacan, mayroong mga ruta na hindi pinapayagang magwelga dahil in a sense, sinaharang sila ng LGU. Ayun. So kailangan talaga natin suportahan at kami po sa UPOU ay sumusuporta sa resolusyong ito dahil ang laban ng commuter ay laban din ng ating. Salamat po.
Thank you, UPOU-USC, for that manifestation. We go back po sa POI a while ago. Who would want to answer? UP USC, you're recognized.
Okay, para naman po sagutin yung POI sa local na situation sa Mindanao. So sa pagbalik po ng face-to-face classes ay nahirapan yung aming mga ikot drivers para bumalik dahil napakahirap and napakamahal kumuha ng prangkisa. It takes 18,000 pesos to get one franchise for only 1 year. Tapos, with that, kasi hindi pa kasali dyan yung maintenance fees para sa kanilang mga ikot. Kasi considering, no, nanggaling tayo sa pandemic, so ibig sabihin, hindi na na-maintain yung kanilang mga ikot. Tapos ngayon, para napansin ko lang na bago, kasi di ba, nagsimula ulit ang semester after ng holidays was January to February. Tapos during those months, kasi hindi ko na sila napapansin kung nasaan sila. So, parang we need to further consult them with regards to that. Kasi itong mga ikot is these are one of the ways that we can give something that is cheaper and more accessible to the students. Kasi for context lamang, from the farthest building towards the entrance of the highway, kung sasakay ka ng ikot, it would only take around 15 to 20 pesos. Pero if you ride a motorcycle or a tricycle, that would cost around 40, 50, sometimes even, it could be even racked up to 60 pesos. So it is very important na yung karapatan para sa accessible na transportation ay ating ipaglaban. At isa din dito, nakaangkla din dito yung panawagan ng bigger masses na tutulan yung PUBM. Yan lamang po. Thank you.
Try, ganan. And then, if hindi naman mag-jeep, mag-ano kami, pwede mag-tricycle, but super expensive niya kasi aabot siya ng 100 pesos, which is hindi naman siya student friendly or student budget friendly. And then, parang with that, kulang yung 30 minutes na pagbiyahe namin
para makaabot din sa mga subjects natin. Kasi meron din kami subjects sa main campus and then kailangan namin mag-travel to BTH. So, kung if ever na magkaroon ng PUBMPs, talagang mahihirapan kami na magpalipat-lipat ng campuses or like, ng places. And then, hindi lang vet students yung mga apektuhan nito. Since GTH is a hospital, meron mga students, mga nagpa-check up kasi nga hospital siya. So, hindi lang students yung maapektuhan nito, kundi yung mga local community din. Yun lamang po. Thank you.
Thank you, UPLB-CBMSC, for addressing the POI. The floor po is still open for motions and manifestations. UP Min USC, you're recognized.
Point of inquiry lang po. Point of inquiry lang po, siguro sa, mostly sa, directly towards the authors. Kasi yung result after din ito is about transportation. And so gusto ko lang i-ask if, bakit hindi napag-merge sila yung dalawa since, parang ang goal naman talaga ng both results is to improve the to call for an improvement sa transportation systems ng bansa. So, baka pwede natin palagihan ito.
Before you answer, can you put the mic close to your mouth kasi medyo maingay outside. Thank you.
So, thank you po sa question. As per OSR recommendation po actually for context, tatlong resolution po in total yung nirecommend for merging. Pero dahil po sa time constraints and sa other responsibilities ng councils, especially ng Visayas delegates stationed here and preparing here. So it was just mostly because of time constraints. Pero ang naging maximum goal po naman ay i-combine siya sa resolution ng UPEBAC. So ganun po. Pero pinahayag naman po namin yung openness namin na i-struggle natin siya together and come up with the sharpest na resolution.
Ayun. Pero to add lang din, after reviewing each of the paper, na it would work whether it's merged or not, dahil upon reading it dun sa BAC na it offers a more comprehensive approach in a way na hindi lang siya yung sa PUVFP, hindi lang siya sa jeepneys, hindi kasama yan sa railways, planes, boats, etc. Na kung isasama dun as a part yung sa jeepney, it would overshadow it to an extent, especially given the time na nabigay para ma-merge siya, na hindi siya mapapalitaw in a way na matutumbok pa rin yung kahalagahan at yung importance and urgency ng PUVFP campaign. So parang napagbagsakan din namin tatlo na parang maybe given the state and the resources na we have, na it's best na ma-retain yung sa BAC as a sort of macro na campaign on improving the transport system, habang yung sa PVMP resol naman ay para sa mas urgent and specific na operationalization and how we can improve in terms of the jeepneys and kung paano i-depensahan ang kanilang kabuhayan. Ayun lang po.
Thank you for UPVS and UPDUS. Is UPDVAC here? No? Maybe they would also want to answer the POI.
Morning po. So, connecting to the UPD-USC statement, we do believe that the two resolutions are equally important. The first being the PUBMP resolution in order to immediately address the opposition against the PUBMP as there is a nearing deadline. And for BAC, what we wanted was a more long-term and macro approach to the topic of transportation in the Philippines. So, yes, there are intersections, pero iba po, I think, yung timeline and scope ng each. One with the more pertinent and immediate napagtutal po sa policy ng PUBMP. At yung isa po, mas holistic po na approach and more all-encompassing. Thank you.
Thank you, UPDVAC. Does that answer the POI of UPMIN-USC? Okay po. The floor is still open for motions and manifestations. UPMSH Tarlac SC, you're recognized. And UPLBC DCSC.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ang UPM SHS Tarlac ay magbibigay po ng manifestasyon para dito sa resolution na ito. Sa usapin po ng advantage ng jeepney, ito po yung pinaka-efficient way ng transportation for the students ng SHS Tarlac. Why? Kasi nag-overprice po yung mga tricycle sa Tarlac. So, ang range po ng fare ng tricycle kung dito hanggang sa may gate lang ng UPB is ranging na siya ng 50 pesos. Pero kapag nag-road ka lang po ng jeep is mag-range lang po yun ng 10 pesos. And then it is way more efficient for the students na rin na malalayo kaysa service pa sila and mahal din yung gas. And a lot of students nga na malalayo, even sa mga naka-contract tsaka naka-duty, kahit may mga maleta sila, iniistapan pa rin po sila ng jeepney para lang po makasakay at hatid sa kanilang mga pupuntahan. Tapos ito po, ang kwento ni Kuya sa amin, yung isang conductor ng jeepney, natatakot na rin silang mamasada nila. And for us na students, nagiging risky siya sa amin. Why? Kasi sa limited transportation ng jeepney, yung mga students walang choice kundi sumabit na lang sa jeepney. So kahit sabihin natin 3 to 5 students ang sumasabit sa jeepney, so it's very risky for us. And then, sa pagpunta po namin dito sa Miagao from Tarlac, going here sa Miagao, ang jeepney po ang isa sa mostly na budget-friendly and efficient way na for all manifestations and amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, UPMSH Tarlac SC, UPLBC DCSC, you're recognized.
Pinagbubugayan po ng UPLD-CDCSD ang mga author ng resolusyon sa paggawa ng isang komprehensibong resolusyon na tinatalakay ang implikasyon ng PUBMP, hindi lang sa sektor ng kabataan, kundi sa mga komunidad. At ngayon naman po, upang mas mapatalas pa natin ang resolusyon na ito, no, the UPLD-CDCSC would like to propose an amendment. So, on line 109 to 110, we would like to change the phrase will not yield its to will stand firm. So that will read as, therefore, be it resolved that the General Assembly of Student Councils, or GSC, will stand firm with its militant, uncompromising, and sustained efforts, and so on. So, we propose this amendment para lang din maging mas proactive pa yung clause and yung proposed action ng resolution. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, UPLBCDCSC. So there is a motion to amend the phrase on line 111 from not yield to stand. Are there any seconds? Julie seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clause duly amended. Thank you, UPLBCDCSC. The floor po is still open for motions and manifestations on the floor. Councils, UPDCS SPSC are recognized.
Kastamang pinagpupugayan ng UPD-CSSPSC ang resolusyon na naglalayong mas palakasin ang ating system-wide efforts na tutulan ang RAD na PUP Modernization Program at ipaglaban ang karapatan ng mga maliliit na driver at operator sa kabuhayan. Patunay ang pagdilos ng mga nakaraang buwan ng kahalagahan ng sektor ng transportasyon sa ating lahat. Nakita nating sumama ang mga manggagawa, magsasaka, kababaihan at kabataan estudyante sa mga malawakang pagkilos. Kinikilala natin ang urgency ng sitwasyon na buhay ang nakataya dito dahil hindi makatao ang mga polisiya ng Rehimeng Marcos. At sa kasalukuyang panahon, napataya, mahirap, sinungaling o pasista si Marcos Jr. makatarungan ng lumaban. May pamalas natin ang kapangyarihan ng kolektibong pagkilom sa ilang beses ng pag-uusap ng consolidation deadline. Takot si Marcos na naniningil, naggalit, gutom at naghihirap na masa. Ngayon, sama-sama tayong kikilos bilang isang sistema kasama ang malawak na hanay ng masa patungkol tunay na tagumpay. With this, the UPD-CSSP files a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, UPDCSSPSC. There's a motion to adopt the resolution as amended. Are there any seconds? Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolution adopted. This is our 13th resolution. Thank you, councils. Okay, so the 14th resolution po to be discussed is a resolution demanding the Marcos administration the enhancement of transportation systems in the Philippines, authored by UP Diliman Business Administration Council. Are you ready to present? Okay. They sent an updated version po of the resolution. We have updated the docs format po sa ating JSC. You may find it there. Thank you. UPTBAC, you have 5 minutes.
Isang maalam at magpalayang araw po sa ating lahat. Ako po ay mula sa kolehiyo ng pangangasiwa ng negosyo sa UP Diliman. We gather here today in recognition of a pressing issue affects each and every one of us. The dire state of the Philippine transportation system. It is an undeniable truth that despite promises of improvement, our transportation infrastructure continues to falter, leaving millions of Filipinos stranded in a cycle of inefficiency, frustration, and economic loss. As we stand here today, we are faced with a reality where our public utility vehicles are insufficient, our trains are poorly maintained, and our airports are plagued with power outages and delays. Thousands of drivers and operators stand to lose their livelihoods due to anti-people modernization programs while commuters bear the brunt of increased fares and decreased services. With a population of over 113 million Filipinos and only about 42,000 public utility jeepneys and nearly 10,000 provincial and city buses operating nationwide, it is apparent that public transportation in the Philippines is insufficient. The consequences of this transportation crisis are dire and far-reaching. Economic losses due to traffic congestion needed to reach billions of pesos daily if left unchecked according to studies. Commuters struggle with skyrocketing fares amidst rising fuel prices and inflation. Yet, amidst these challenges, we see a glaring disparity. While millions of Filipinos suffer the consequences of failing transportation systems, our leaders continue to prioritize personal agendas over the well-being of the people. Despite these glaring issues, President Ferdinand Marcos found time for a dozen international trips in 2023 alone. And he is further anticipated to travel more abroad this coming 2024, given the increase in the travel budget by 71%. Today, we demand accountability from our leaders. Let us demand policies that prioritize the well-being of all stakeholders, ensuring genuine representation and democratic control over our national public transportation decisions. We must stand in solidarity with the transport sector, amplifying their voices and championing their cause. We must push these community-centric researches and planning to ensure that transportation policies are both pro-people and pro-environment. We oppose any initiatives that further detach the transport system from the interests of the Filipino people. And most importantly, we hold our leaders accountable for their negligence and incompetence in addressing this critical issue. The General Assembly of Student Councils, with all the other transport groups in the Philippines, will not rest until justice is served. We stand with the transport sector and call for the passing of this resolution. Thank you po.
Thank you, UPD-BAC, for presenting the resolution. The floor po is open for motions and manifs. Councils. UP or USC are recognized.
UPOU-USC moves to omit all the mentions of the 56 in the mentions of the 56 GAS from all the clauses that included.
Okay, the motion to omit or the mention of 56
Yes.
GASC sa resolutory clauses.
Changes to just GAS.
Just JSC, okay. Sige po. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolution duly amended. Thank you, UPOU-USC. The floor is still open. UPC-USC are recognized.
Taas kamaong pagpupugay sa mga konseho at sa OSR na patuloy at kolektibong kumikilos upang ipandera ang mga lokal at national na isyong panlipunan at patuloy na tinutuligsa ang mga salot na imperialismo, feudalismo at burokrata kapitalismong orientasyon ng ating bansa. Bilang isang anak ng driver, bilang isang commuter, at bilang kasama ng mga iskola at ng hanay ng kabataan, ay masasabing napakalala talaga ng ating krisis sa transportasyon. Sa kawalang sistema, sa rami-rami ng sasakyan sa Pilipinas na di natin maitatanggi siya rin dahilan sa traffic, sa kawalang sistema sa ating transportasyon, ang krisis na ito ay ginawan pa ng huwad na solusyon ng ating gobyerno sa ilalim ng PUV Modernization Program. Sa ating pag-aaral, walang sariling industriya ang Pilipinas. Kaya maigi lamang na maiisip natin na wala itong kakayanan na gumawa ng sariling industriya sa transportasyon halimbawa. Ngunit sa kaigtingan ng ating kampanya, lalong-lalo na laban sa jeepney phase-out, napag-alaman natin meron namang mga existing transportation manufacturers. May mga local vulcanizing shop. May mga local vulcanizing shop para pagawaan kung meron mang sira-sira ang mga jeepneys. In short, kaya naman ng mga Pilipino ang makapag-produce at makagawa ng local unit o public utility vehicle na di hamak na mas mura, sustainable, dekalidad at ligtas at maginhawa pa sa bulsa ng mga driver at sa hanay ng sektor ng transportasyon. Sobrang out of touch talaga ng nasa itaas. Sobrang ironic na masusolusyonan nila ang problema sa transportasyon kung hindi naman sila nag-commute. Kaya nararapat lamang na bilang kabataang nakikibaka na hamunin natin ang gobyerno na solusyonan at bumaba sa pwesto. Solusyonan ang problema sa transportasyon na nakaugat sa pagsuporta sa pro-people enhancement for transportation system para sa commuter, driver at sa kabuuang masang Pilipino. With this, the UPC-USC commend the author of the resolution. But that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you po, UPC-USC. The floor is still open for motions and manifestations. Are there any? Councils, UPM, DSC are recognized.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Mataas na pagpupugay sa mga konsehong nagsulat ng resolusyong ito. Hindi makamasa ang ating pampublikong transportasyon. Patuloy na umiiral ang iba't ibang pagpapatayo ng mga highway, expressway at flyovers. Ito ay kulang sa kapasidad para sa lahat ng gusto o may kailangan na gumamit nito. Bilang resulta, kakarampot na porsyento lamang ng populasyon ang nakikinabang sa mga proyektong ito ng gobyerno. Patuloy ang demolisyon at sapilitang pagpapaalis ng mga komunidad na may ilang daang pamilya para lang maitayo ang mga infrastrukturang walang ibubuturan sa habang panahon. Isa pang halimbawa ng mga proyektong ito ay ang sa Bacoor, Cavite na inabot ng 5 taon para lang matapos ang napakaikling flyover ng DPWH. Sa laki ng kickback, pinapatagal lang ng pinapatagal ang konstruksyon upang simutin ng pondo na nakalaan dito. Nananatiling laganap ang katiwalian sa Department of Public Works and Highways. Maging si Duterte mismo, ayon sa balita ng Philippine News Agency, nabanggit ang tungkol sa katiwaliang ginagawa ng DPWH ng mga mambabatas noong 2020. Noong ang Administrasyong Duterte ay mayroong pagpaprioritisa sa mga ginagawang kalsada, tulay, paliparan, at iba pa sa ilalim ng Build Infrastructure Program. Ayon sa kanya, nagpaplano at nagbabalak ang mga kontratista sa DPWH para magsagawa ng mga katiwalian. Dagdag pa rito, mismo ang DPWH sa kanilang opisyal na government website ay nagsabi ng quote-unquote, one of the weak factors in ensuring the effectiveness of DPWH infrastructure developmental projects is corruption which comes in various forms. Ang ganitong kaganapan ay hindi makakailang patuloy pa rin laganap sa rehimeng Marcos. Kung kaya't di lamang ang pagpapatayo at pagpapaayos ng ating pampublikong transportasyon ang kailangang kalampagin. Kailangan nating bigyang atensyon at tutukan ang car-centric na proyekto ng pabayang gobyerno natin. With this, the UPDSP, to give more context regarding the country's anti-people road infrastructure planning and design, would like to add a preambulatory clause before the fourth to the last clause, stating, whereas the administration's road infrastructure planning and designing is car-centric, which only caters to a fraction of the population. With ongoing projects for road widening, highways, expressways, and flyovers as band-aid solutions for road decongestion and avenues for various forms of corruption. Thank you po.
Thank you, UPMDSC. So they will be adding a whereas clause, which states whereas the administration's road infrastructure planning and design is car-centric, which only caters to a fraction of the population, with ongoing projects for road widening, highways, expressways, and flyovers as band-aid solutions for road decongestion and avenues for various forms of corruption. This will be placed before the fourth to the last. Am I correct? It's line 47. Okay, on line 47. Sige po. Are there any seconds? Seconded? Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries, resolution duly amended. Thank you, UPM DSC. The floor is open for motions or manifestations. UPB USC are recognized, UPT SESC, and UPD ESC.
Mapagpalayang araw po sa lahat. Point of inquiry lamang po sa mga may akda ng resolusyong ito. Na-revise na po ang ilang resolutory clauses, ngunit nananatili ang luma nitong title. Sa title po, sinasabi natin na ito ay resolution demanding the Marcos administration for a pro-people enhancement of all transportation systems in the Philippines. Mayroon po bang revised resolution title ng ating mga may akda upang luminya sa mga clauses na nakapaloob sa resolusyong ito? Dahil sa pagbabasa po namin kagabi, napakalaki ng naging kaibahan ng itsura niya ngayon. Thank you.
The UPD Business Administration Council made revisions yesterday upon given the opportunity to discuss with other councils during this GASC. And what we found is that nagkakaisa naman tayo sa goal natin para sa pro-people transportation. And to do so, we tried to make sure that our campaign was written out in a way that is best. The campaign was written out as strong as we intended it to be. And so, in terms of, since nagbalik, to answer the question po, nag-iba po yung whereas and resolutory clauses. It was done in order to more accurate, more strongly achieve the title of the resolution. I hope that we can agree that it does so, and if not, we are very open po to amendments and additions to the resolution po. Thank you.
Thank you, UPDBAC. Does that answer the BOI of UPBUSC? Or do you have any follow-ups? Do you have any follow-up?
Magandang umaga. Baka maaring ano pa rin, mas punto ng suggestion na may angkop siya dun sa may angkop siya dun sa resolutory clause.
Sorry, UPBUSC, can you talk to the mic?
Mungkahi, punto ng mungkahi na lang na may angkop talaga yung title doon sa resolutory clauses kasi ang UP Baguio USC ay nag-uusap kagabi at sobrang laki ng pinagkaiba ng mga resolutory clauses kahapon sa ngayon. Kung nakapagbasa rin ng ibang mga unit councils, napakalaki ng kaibahan nito. Kaya baka pwede yun, punto mungkahi na may angkop ito dun sa resolutory clauses mo. Yun lang, salamat.
That's a suggestion. You're not filing a motion yet. Okay. So there is a suggestion from BBUSC to amend the title, but it cannot come from BAC because they are the author. So if any other council would like to amend the title, and if there are suggestions from BAC, then they can just sponsor the suggestion from BAC. Sige po. The SESC, you will recognize.
Hello. So ayun, unti-unti nang bumabalik ang economic activities sa bansa. Unti-unti na nagbubukas ang ating ekonomiya sa iba't ibang aktibidades. Ngunit makapansin natin na sa kasalukuyan ay pareho pa rin ang problema sa transportasyon. Patuloy pa rin na nagkakaroon ng productivity losses. Ilang oras kailangan bugulin sa pag-commute ng mga nagtatrabaho upang lamang makarating sa kanilang trabaho. So, the UPD-SESC would like to add a context lang na at the present, kasalukuyan na natin nararamdaman yung mga paghihirap na to. So, UPD-SESC would like to file a motion to revise the pre-ambulatory laws, I think lines 42 to 43. Yes, revise it to whereas economic losses due to traffic congestion at present is approximately 3.5 billion pesos a day and will lead to an estimated 5.4 billion pesos a day by 2034 if this issue is not addressed. 2035 rather.
Okay, thank you. So there is a motion to amend the preambulatory clause on line 42 to 43 to whereas economic losses due to traffic congestion at present is approximately 3.5 billion pesos a day and will lead to an estimated 5.4 billion pesos a day by 2034 if this issue is not addressed. Okay, are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries, duly amended. Thank you, UPD-SESC. Next is UPD-ESC.
Ayun po. Hello, the UPDPSC would like to comment muna yung authors ng resolution na to. And then, we would also like to amend yung resolutory clause sa my line 119, although I think nabago na rin siya. If I remember correctly, fifth to the last resolutory clause.
Sorry, fifth to the last. Line 83.
119 siya sa PDF file. I'm not sure kung...
Sorry, we have an updated version kasi of it. So it's only up to line 105.
Oh, okay. Will we all rate SR? Okay. Unfortunately, wala na pala yung respiratory clause na we would like to amend. So, we would like to yield our back time to you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, UPDSC. Secretariat is raising.
Good morning, Councils. Point of order lang po na pag magkasalita po sa harap, please use your camera on and pakipresent po ng maayos po doon sa harapan ninyo para mapadali din po yung sa pag-minutes po ng Secretariat and doon po sa pag-document po ng mga forms. Thank you.
Okay, sige po. The floor is open for UPLB-USC or recognized.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. So, the UPLB-USC is having a conversation with the authors of this resolution and we posed the question na kung kasi kanina, di ba, nagkaroon ng point of inquiry, what is the reason why there was not a merger between the previous resolution and this resolution? And the reason provided is that this resolution focuses on the macro, while the other resolution highlights the campaign of the PBBM. We appreciate naman that and actually commend the business administration council for this. But to pose the question as well to the body, the previous resolution that we just recently passed states that we are calling for a national industrialization to solve the transport crisis efficiently and holistically. Perhaps we could meet to a certain point of agreement between the body na hindi magkalayo yung dalawang problema at paano natin mapapalakas yung parehas na resolusyon kung ito ay mapagsasama. Ang dilema nga lang natin dito ay may naipasa na ulit na resolusyon kanina. It has already been passed by the body. But kung titignan natin sa mas malaki at broader context, both of these tackles both micro and macro problems in the transport system. So yun lang naman po yung gusto kong manifest SR. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, UPLB-USC. The floor is open for motions or manifestations. Bill? Council? UPM-USC, you're recognized. Morning. So, we have POI and POO. So, POI muna for the author of the resolution. We would like to ask again, ano ulit yung reasons bakit hindi, ulit pinag-merge with the last approved resolution? Yung PDBAC, may come to the stage po.
So, in the discussion of the merging po, apart from the time constraints, what we really wanted to separate between the two was to have a focus on the PUDMP for the USC resort and the quote-unquote all-encompassing call for the enhancement of transportation in the Philippines. And to briefly explain, we did attempt to merge the two resolutions, but parang This is a personal sentiment. Medyo napapalam daw po yung campaign for the PUBMP if isasama po namin pati yung planes and other so on. So, we understand na hindi lang po jeeps yung na-affect ng PUBMP, but all public utility vehicles. But to include all of the contents of our resolution would be to delineate even, to deviate even further from the title of the USC resolution. And with that, naisip po namin na ihiwalay na rin po kasi we find value din po naman sa um, resolutory process included in our resolution na might not necessarily fit the scope of the previous. Pero we fully understand po na iisa lang po yung laban patungkol sa transportation and these two are not mutually exclusive. Yun po.
Does that satisfy the POI? Okay. Thank you, UPDBAC and UPMUSC. The floor is once again open for motions and manifestations. Councils, UPLB-USC are recognized.
Hello po. Siguro hindi naman siya sa antas ng pagpapalabnaw doon sa kampanya natin para sa PUB Modernization Program. Kasi saan ba natin inuugat yung modernization program? Ito ay nanggagaling sa pag-commercialize doon sa public utility services na mayroon tayo na ginagamit naman natin. Kagaya din ng nabanggit, hindi naman sila mutually exclusive. So, bilang yung mga resolutory clauses, which are the executory clauses na ipinasa natin kanina, has the same, almost has the same intention patungkol doon sa gusto ring makamit ng resolusyong ito, baka maaaring magkaroon ng isisinang pag-uusap kasama ang buong body at may paliwanag paano natin nasasabi na doon tayo nagkakatagpo. Kasi again, allow me to read one of the resolutory clauses of our recently passed resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Assembly of Student Councils will stand firm with its militant, uncompromising, and sustained efforts in calling for the absolute scrapping of the PUB modernization program. There is a highlight of the PUBMP and its accompanying LPTRPs and continue to struggle through all possible means for a transition towards an upscaled, upgraded, and modernized transport system. Modernized transport system that is not only focused on the jeepney modernization program. So it's the whole system of the transportation that we have. With utmost regard to scientific evidence, consideration towards the transition's political and economic ramifications, adherence to the ultimate interests and present needs of the Filipino masses, and the prioritization of the mass-oriented development grounded on national industrialization, which isa sa mga pinupursu din talaga natin para din iwakse yung imperialistang impluensya doon sa ating sa ating transport system and genuine agrarian reform that would lead to the solving of the transport crisis efficiently and holistically. So with that, perhaps we could have a focus on how we could come into an agreement towards this kasi meron na pong, ayun, base doon sa mga nabigay na explanation at kung pagbabasihan yung resolutory process na ipasa, magkapareho ng esensya. So, paano na lang natin siguro mapagbibigkes yung dalawa at may acknowledge yung efforts ng lahat ng konseho na nag-work towards this. So, I filed for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus.
Unmoderated.
Unmoderated. Okay, salamat.
There is a motion for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus filed by UPLB-USC to further discuss the present resolution and the recently passed resolution. Sige po. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Objected. So motion flies. Sige po. The floor is open for motions and manifestations. UPTC and WCDSC, you're recognized.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. No? Appreciated po namin yung kagustuhan na mas maging concise yung mga kampanya natin. Pero bilang bahagi din po no, ng mga naging co-authors nung previous na resolution at nagkaroon din po kami ng pagpupulong kasama ang UP Diliman Business Administration Council sa kung dapat po ba namin emerge yung mga resolution namin. Pero we came to an agreement na deserve na mas maganda po na magkaroon ng separate resolution yung PUVMP at yung call for pro-people transportation system. Although nag-agree po tayo na hindi po hiwalay no, yung kampanya for a pro-people transportation at pagpapasura ng PUVMP, meron po kasing urgency na magkaroon na tutulan na po ngayon ang agaran yung PUVMP. At pwede po natin sabihin na same nga po yung campaign ng pro-people transportation at ng PUVMP, pero hindi po ito na nalalayo no, sa mga kampanya natin na lahat maidudugtong dun sa NSMO education na may mga specific issues pero may ikakabit po natin sa mga major campaigns. Hindi po siya naiiba dito sa nais po namin na magkaroon ng resolution na mas may macro na approach sa issue at meron din naman pong micro na approach sa PUVMP na kailangan na po ng urgent na pag-focus at kailangan na po ng immediate attention natin. Ayun, salamat po.
Thank you, UPDCS, WCDSC. The floor po is still open for motions and manifestations. UPC-USC will recognize.
Hearing that there is still unresolved contentions from the body, the UPC-USC would like to file a formal motion to have a moderated caucus for 10 minutes.
Moderated.
Moderated with an M.
Okay. Thank you for that alphabet last. Sige po. There is a motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus on the basis na there are still unresolved questions from the body. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected. Motion flies. Okay, the floor po is still open for motions and manifestations from the body. Councils. UPVC plus SC are recognized.
Point of inquiry na lang po para sa mga object. Kung pwede po sana pa-state natin yung reason kung bakit po tayo nag-object. Kasi based sa mga motions and manifestations, mukhang medyo hindi ba tayo nagka-come up sa sa punto. So mas ayun nga, yung intention kasi ng unmoderated caucus is makapag-come up tayo na kung saan natin, para natin mapag-isa or ano yung mag-meet tayo halfway. So, ayun lamang po.
Okay po. Thank you. Sige. That's a reminder, correct? That's a reminder na kapag mag-object ay state yung basis for the objection. Okay, thank you, Sivas SC. UPDNC pag-SC, you're recognized.
Siguro, point of inquiry lang din sa mga nagko-call for a caucus, be it unmoderated or moderated. What do we hope to achieve with these caucuses? Kasi it has been stated numerous times the rationale for not merging the two resolutions, no? And both yung author nito and yung author ng previous resolution ay nagpaliwanag.
Thank you, UPDNC PAG. UPMIN-USC, you're recognized. UPLUSC, you're raising. Okay.
Kasi parang ang dami kasi unanswered na questions. For example, yung sa title, parang hindi pa naman lahat ng exhaust doon yung usapin. And parang hindi, kami personally sa UP, hindi din kami resolve pa with the answer. So parang mas maganda na pag-usapan natin as a whole with sa pamamagitan ng moderated caucus yung ating result na yun. So we would like na mapatuloy pa din part of final motion na moderated caucus.
So, okay. Sige po. There is a motion for a
10-minute moderated caucus.
10-minute moderated caucus. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected by UPLB USC motion flies. Kindly state the basis for the objection.
Since there was a guy would like to answer. We're calling for an moderating caucus kasi medyo, it's a point of privilege actually. Medyo masakit na po sa kamay mag-type and the UPLB people are so not like consolidated towards a stance over this resolution because there was already a resolution. So we wanted to have a unit meeting at least, a unit caucus so that we could decide as a unit on how we would approach this resolution. Hence, we're asking the question. Ayun po, SR. Yun lang naman po yung reason as to why. Maraming salamat.
Sige po. Thank you, UPLB USC. Gusto ko lang din siguro, from the point of view naman dito ay nag-update po kasi yung resolution. So I think that's why there are many questions arising. Correct? So, if it's okay lang po, at kaka-update lang din kasi, kakasend lang last night and this morning lang po siya na-update. So if we can consider that sa ating moderated or unmoderated caucus ay let's consider it. Okay lang po ba yun? Sige po. The floor is open for motions or manifestations. Okay, wala. UPM MSC, you're recognized.
Point of manifestation, Madam Chair, at saka sa mag-motion ako dito. Given the situation na nagkakaroon tayo ng dalawang perspectives dito sa usapin na ito, may iba na nais mag-merge, may iba nais i-retain as to maganda nga po talaga na magkaroon ng focus, whether moderated or unmoderated. Pero let's look upon kung ano yung magiging steps if ever the decision would be merged. First, ang kailangan, uulitin na naman po natin yung ginamit natin special motion ng suspension of rules kasi meron na tayo na ang reso. Babalik na naman tayo. So, yun lang po, binibigyan natin ng preview ang everyone para magkaroon tayo ng informed choice sa usapin ang ating gagawin for that aspect. At dapat, by the time na nakasuspend ang rules, meron ng suggested text yung mga authors para mapabilis po tayo sa ating pag-approve. Then, pagkatapos po nun, so, after that, pagkatapos po nun, pagbalik natin sa rules, doon lang tayo mag-approve ng kung merge yon. Pero kung ang maging desisyon ay hiwalay pa rin, we will just continue with our conversation, resume, then tuloy yung discussion ng current resolution. So, I would after this manifestation, I would like to motion to have a 10-minute unmoderated caucus po. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Okay po. There is a motion for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus. Is this per unit or as a body?
Pero as a body na daw kasi magkakaibang units yung authors eh. Whole body po.
Okay. I think it was just the primary author of the result is UPD-BAC lang naman. Sige po. Okay, there is a motion for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. 10-minute unmoderated caucus. We resume 10:22 a.m. Sige po, settle na po tayong lahat. Sige po. Thank you, councils. All right. We are back in session after the caucus. Sige po. Pwede po kong mag-report per unit kung ano ang abot ng ating mga caucus. Isa-isa na lang po tayo. UP Min USC, you're recognized.
So para po sa ano no, sa sa report na YouTube kasi para makita natin yung result kasi yung sa amin talaga is we have a consensus na i-merge yung resolution on the grounds that we acknowledge na napakalaking change dun sa resolution kasi yun nga po sinabi niyo po kanina na context na ito ay in-update tapos kaninang umaga lang na ipasa. Tapos upon further reading and something in the resolution. Kasi yung sa side namin is the same naman talaga sila na pinaglalaban. Tapos at the same time, the benefits of merging them kasi mas maipapalakas. We're gonna take two of the nice things ba sa dalawang resolution. Doon sa first resolution na naipasa, yun nga, it is all encompassing. Kasi yung sa ikalawa, kasi nandun yung data and mas comprehensive siya. So parang ang magiging resulta nito kung ma-merge siya kasi mas magiging comprehensive yung naipasa na resolution and at the same time mas strengthen siya kasi mas mabibigyang data and yun basically yan. Mas strengthen siya when if i-compare natin sa yung dalawang separate na merge ay dalawang separate na resolution.
Okay. Thank you, UP Min USC. Next unit po. Who wants to go next? Councils. UPM USC, you're recognized.
Para naman po sa UP Manila Unit, ang naging resulta po ng aming caucus is for the merging of these resolutions. For the very reason na we do recognize na very urgent kung kampanyahan for PUVMP pati LPTRP. Pero bilang resolution, kailangan magawa natin ng paraan upang itahi ito sa mas malawak na kampanya which is yung thesis natin sa transportasyon. Siguro ang may offer na compromise na nai-offer ng UP Manila Councils ay iangat, i-merge siya, pero iangat pa rin ang panawagan na PUVMP sa title ng resolution at itahi ito sa transport crisis na title. Para sa ganon, napapaibabaw pa rin natin yung parehong kampanya at nakikita natin kung paano sila napagdidigin. Dahil syempre, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na PUVMP lamang ang magiging problema natin. Ang krisis transportasyon ay hindi lamang nalilimitahan sa mga jeepneys. Ito ay maaaring mag-transcend para sa ating mga tricycle drivers, sa ating mga bus. At kailangan bilang mga konseho, merong effort o merong urgency na maging proactive in terms of the other forms of transportation that might get affected by this crisis as well. So, yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPM-USC. UPC-USC, you're recognized.
So, good morning everyone. For UPC USC po, ay yung sa naganap namin na focus is like for merging rate po kami. Kasi sa na-approve na resolution is na-cite namin yung about sa bus rapid transit system. So, sa Cebu po is merong slogan yung LGU namin about Singapore like Cebu City. So kaya nag-adapt sila ng bus rapid transit system. Kung makikita nyo kasi, is para siyang the long term na parang problema na makakonect rin sa current na jeepney na modernization na program. Kaya that's why we are for merging para mas maging mabigat yung magagawang resolution. And lastly po is actually, kami yung unit na nagsabi na 6 p.m. yung aalis namin today. However, with the discussion namin with our pops is like, hindi kami tutuloy like the next day na kami na babiyahin using land trip po. Kaya, yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you po, UPC-USC. Next po, councils. Pa-raise na lang po, please. USCs. Secretariat, you're recognized.
Councils, pa-remind lang ulit na hold your tolerance para makita ng pubs natin sa likod. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Next po, USCs. UPB-USC, you're recognized.
Magandang umaga po. Bali kung sa UPB-USC, bilang nabahagi ko na rin kanina na nagkaroon ng pag-uusap yung UP Baguio unit patungkol sa revised as resolution ng UPB-BAC. At actually, hindi pa rin kami resolve doon sa nagkaroon ng biglaang revisions sa kanya. So parang yun pa yung isa naming nasa pa rin, nasa isip pa rin namin. Pero with regards to the pag-uusap, kung yung version niya kasi kagabi, it's completely different sa sa merge resolution ng UPB and UPP. So kagabi, we are on the pro na magkahiwalay siya kasi there are two different resolutions. Pero nung nirevise siya kanina, nung nakita namin ulit yung mga resolutory clauses, it's almost the same with the PUVMP. So sa UP Baguio unit, minumungkahi din namin yung pag-merge nito sa mga authors. Ayun lamang. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPB-USC. Next po. We still have UPLB, UP Diliman, UPOU. UPLB-USC are recognized.
Hello po. So, yung discussion po ng UPLB, umikot sa tatlo. Una, kung nais po natin siyang mapag-iwalay, kailangan natin makabuo ng description. Tapos, yung pangalawa naman po ay ipag-merge at yung pangatlo ay i-resend or i-resend yung resolution. So, nag-point by point po yung UPLB kanina, base dun sa naunang dalawang resol. Doon po sa unang resolutory clause ng Resolution number 12, ang nabanggit po dito ay execute campaigns to call for a written. Maganda sana naman makita po natin parehas. Okay lang po bang mag-split screen? Point of privilege, that's all. Para mapakita.
The previously passed resolution and this standing resolution?
Yes po.
Okay po.
If it would be possible.
Yes. Sige po.
So, shall exhaust available avenues and execute campaigns to call for a reliable, sustainable, and accessible transport system. Doon po sa resolution number 11, nandun po yung call din na kailangan magkaroon ng sustained efforts in calling for the absolute scrapping of PUBMP and continue to struggle all possible means, so on and so forth, upscaled, upgraded, and modernized transport system. So, check na po yung unang resolutory clause with regard to number 12. Tapos, resol number 12. Dun sa pangalawa naman po, strengthen efforts in organizing members of the transport sector. This is also addressed doon po sa line 100, 128 hanggang 131, 134 rather, kung saan nakalagay na magkaroon ng comprehensive discussion, dialogues sa students and the local transport sector in generalized term, mobilizing the students in the no to jeepney phase out campaign to regular immersion, establishing coordination mechanisms with the transport groups, striving to organize local or nearby jeepney alliances organization, jointly reviewing any and all mobility reforms proposed and introduced, so on and so forth. For urgent government action to enhance public transportation efficiency. So again, nakatulog po siya sa buong sistema ng transportation. Tapos yung pangatlo naman po ay para sa funding for community-centric research and planning in the field of transportation, which has been addressed as well doon sa line ng sa line 120 hanggang 124, wherein it states that the JSC through OSR shall urge the UP to maximize utilization of its leverages with academic formulation of scientific and mass-oriented action points in national industrialization, so on and so forth, for the welfare of the Filipino masses, workers, and commuters in the face of the present transport crisis. So the overall transport crisis. And then, yung last po, yung next po ay yung oppose any initiatives to further detach orientation, yun na nga po. Currently, yung isa sa mga pinakamalaking manifestasyon ng pag-detach ay yung PUBMP. Tapos, dagdag pa po dito, nag-call din po doon sa isang resolution ng national industrialization for the whole transport system. So, the resolutory clause, that resolutory clause is also been addressed in the other resolution. Tapos yung last po ay pag-hold sa Marcos Duterte administration accountable dun sa kanilang criminal negligence. Siguro, ito pwedeng mas maging specified pa doon sa may naunang resolution. Kaya po, ang standing ng UPLB is to merge both resolutions. But again, the question is, the resolution has been passed. So we look at the parliamentary procedures. The rules could really be suspended for this specific measure. Then kagaya ng nagawa natin kanina, because we've already established a precedent. So ayun po, kasalukuyan nagkakaisa po yung tindig ng UPLB either to merge the resolution, or if we could really find a way to make it really distinguishable from each other, then it would be fine. Kaya po naging ganun ay yung naunang, nakukuha din po namin, lumitaw din po sa discussion na talagang magkaiba yung naunang resolution. Kaya we really understand kung bakit hindi siya napag-merge yung una. Kasi yung unang resolution, may pagbanggit po ng transport systems, may pagbanggit ng airports, so on and so forth. Kung titignan naman po natin ngayon, pwede naman po natin siyang gawin. But the existing efforts of the government to improve our railroad networks, halimbawa, yung North-South Railway Project, would affect several communities. In fact, we already established a resettlement community na hindi naman, well, we know that's government initiated, it won't serve the masses. And one of the communities that will be affected by that project is a community in Southern Tagalog, yung Kalambalag na. Tapos kung yung airports naman, we know that there is already Bulacan Airport being established and it's already affecting several communities in Bulacan. So we're personally, I'm not, where are, hindi pala personally. Hindi natin siya kayang gawing distinguishable as of the moment with the current state of the resolution. Perhaps, baka pwede natin, kung ang gusto natin itulak ay gawin siyang distinguishable, we really have to make specific amendments to this resolution kung yun yung maging pleasure ng body. But so far, ang nakikita po ng PLB is to mention. Yun lang naman po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPLB, USC, UPD, USC are recognized.
No po, yung sa amin naman po SR, ang napag-usapan ng council is that there is no harm with having the resolution kasi it will still work alone. So, kumbaga, ang nangyari kasi is that yung other regulatory process, right, ay hindi, kumbaga naulat siya dito sa resolution na ito. Pero kasi yung previous resolution na ginawa na naman ng UPD-USC ay gusto talaga mag-focus sa PUBMP because it is the urgent issue as of the moment. So malayo siya in terms, yung resol ngayon ay sinasabing malayo in terms of urgency and that there is separate context of the resolution. And we see that both campaigns can be done at the same time because there should be macro and micro fights. So hindi naman dapat may limit sa resolutions na ginagawa natin kasi there are still specific campaigns for it. Siguro yung pinaka-important din talaga SR na nakuha naman from our report is that we wanted to stand alone. Kasi ang PUBMP, it's regarding the mode of transportation na inaatake ngayon. And we see naman na lahat naman yun dudulo sa national industrialization, so pro-people transport system, but it is focused on that specific mode of transportation. Whereas, dito sa pagturol sa mismong transportation crisis, ay may tatlong factors siya. Andyan yung mode, yung infrastructure, pati na rin yung andyan yung mode, yung infrastructure, yung urban planning, etc. So with that SR, I would like to have a motion for a privileged speech from the AITSC for them to discuss the specific provisions or specific requisites sa isang transport system. Bilang yun din naman yung pinag-aaralan nila bilang isang turista nila. Pagtaguyod ng turismo ng bayan.
Sige po. There's a motion for a privileged speech for UPDA ITSC. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, UPDA ITSC are recognized on the floor.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. So, nung nasabi nga po ng UPD-USC ay kami po sa Asian Institute of Tourism, isa po sa mga pinag-aaralan namin talaga ay yung mga transportasyon natin dito sa Pilipinas, hindi lang sa lupa, kundi pati na rin sa tubig at sa air nga po. And tulad nga po ng sabi kanina, hindi natin pwedeng mapagsama yung dalawang resolution dahil base pa lang po sa pinag-aaralan namin, magkaiba po yung pinag-usapan sa dalawa. Kasi tulad sinabi kanina, ang transportation system natin, nakahati yan sa tatlo. Nandiyan yung mode natin, yung infrastructure at yung management natin. Yung mode kasi natin, kasi kung may pag-merge natin, mawawala yung excess ng pinaglalaban natin for the PUBMP. Dahil ang unang napag-usapan na resolution ay more on the mode of transportation, which is yung jeepney as you can see naman doon sa mga context na nakita natin sa napasang resolution. Tapos sa result naman ng BAC ay cover dito ang buong transportation system natin. Kasama na rito yung infrastructure on roads, highways, and transportation points natin. Kung kaya't meron ng council kanina na nagbigay ng point na magdagdag ng amendments para magdagdag ng clause para sa mga infrastructure natin. At pangalawa, nakapaloob din sa transportation system natin, yung management. Kung kaya pinag-usapan din natin dito sa resolution ng BAC ay yung mga economic context natin. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPDA ITSC. UPD-USC may continue.
Thank you po for the context. Siguro to sum it all up, ang suggestion namin sa body ay baka pwede yung mga overarching calls na nasa previous resol, yun yung kumbaga ilagay dito sa resol na nandito ngayon. Kasi para mas maging focus talaga siya sa PUVMP as said earlier dun sa pag-aresto kanina nung manifestation. Tapos pangalawa, baka pwede mag-add din ng clauses or other regulatory clause other whereas gano'n na pwedeng tumututok sa transportation system as a whole. Like for example, sa bike lanes or sa infra, gano'n. Yun ang mga suggestion namin sa pod. Thank you po.
Thank you, UPD-UST, UPOU, UPV, and UPTAC. Kayo na lang po natitira. Who is ready to report? Again, UPOU, UPTAC, and UPV. Hindi kayo mag-report? Counselors. UPTAC, I see you recognized.
So the manifestation po na bigay ng mga previous US kanina na gusto for merge is yun po naman yung sentiments ng PPTAC. So again po.
For merging?
Yes po. Okay. So tingin mo lang po yung parang pinigyan ng context.
Okay po. UPOU and UPV.
Sa UPD naman po, although yun nga, nakapag-usap kami kasama yung mga authors, nandun po kami sa desisyon na ipag-merge talaga yung results. Kasi unang-una, yung pinanggalingan ng resol na in-offer ng UPD ay tungkol sa LPTRP. Ang LPTRP, ang point ng pagturol noon ay dahil talamak na kung anong epekto ng PUVMP at sa PUVMP na kampanya ay may linya na tayo mula sa alyansa talaga ng mga jeepney drivers at operators, yung Piston at Manibela. Kaya kung iisipin natin, mula sa mga resolution natin patungkol sa PUVMP mula nung Cebu at nung Mindanao, ay sa punto ngayon, susundin na natin kung ano ang action points na gusto ng masa. Yun yung sa PUVMP. Kaya nung nagsulat kami ng continuation ng transport threshold, ay tinumbok namin ang LPTRP na siyang magme-mechanize kung paano mas aabutin ng monopolisasyon ang ating local transport units kasama ang mga tricycles, ang mga multicab, ang mga tricycad. Kaya mas naiintindihan naman na kailangan magkaroon ng immediacy, kailangan magkaroon ng urgency sa kung paano natin isusulong at patuloy na i-intensify ang kampanya natin for PUPMP. Pero ngayon na ang i-anticipate na natin ay kung paano nito aabutin ang iba pang mass transport system, kailangan na natin siyang tignan kung ano ang magagawa natin as offensive and not defensive kung paano natin isusulong nga ang kampanya natin para sa makamasa na mass transport. Kaya from UPD po, ang aming po stance dito ay talagang emerge ang dalawang resolution.
Okay. Thank you, UPV. UPOU?
Ayan po. So after consulting the different constituent units, nagmumukha po kami pro-merging po. It's an equally justifiable solution and it's also in the interest of time. Suggestion ko lang po sa body na when we start to merge it po, consider natin po yung feasibility at kung naka-align po to sa ating general action points. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, UPOU. So ang lumalabas po ngayon based sa manifestations ay ang pag-merge ng dalawang resolutions, correct? Point of order, councils. Yesterday, I reminded na ilang beses na pong nangyari ito, and we are wasting time. Nakiusap na po ako na aralin ng mabuti yung resolutions. Though hindi naman natin fault na nagpasa ng panibago at updated na resolution. Pero sana, first and foremost pa lang ay critically na-analyze na natin yung resolutions na ito. Okay? Yun lang, councils. So, would anyone like to file a motion to suspend? Sige po, UPMMSC recognize.
Motion to suspend the order of the rules of business.
There is a motion to suspend the parliamentary procedure to be able to discuss the merging of the two resolutions. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Parliamentary procedure suspended. Discuss na po tayo sa floor. Since suspended po ang ating Parl Pro, free-flowing ang ating magiging discussion. So kung meron po kayong suggestions at mapag-aagrihan ng body, we can proceed as is. Gets po? Okay. There are two mics in front. Manifest na po ang gusto mag-manifest. I don't have to recognize you. You just have to go in front.
So, yung isa sa mga na-point out ng UPLB, if we wish to merge the resolution, is to acknowledge yung data na na-provide yung BAC resolution. Kasi it encapsulates what is really happening doon sa transportation system natin as a whole. So, ang isa sa mga suggestion, iipat yung mga whereas clauses na nagbibigay o nagdadagdag ng konteksto doon sa mga resolutory clauses na nagiging dun sa pag-call for national industrialization. So dito po yung isa sa mga suggestion ng UPLB na ilagay yung whereas process ng BAC resolution sa naunang resolution na naipasa. Maraming salamat.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Ilagay ang whereas clause that states
Yung mga nagpo-provide po ng specific data, halimbawa, yung regarding sa airport transportation natin, yung sa NAIA, yung sa PUB na nabigay naman na po. So kahit natin, though if it's really a heavy information, pwede naman natin ilagay pa rin. Hindi pa napag-iisipan fully ng UPLB kung ano yung mga specific, but we'll mention some na nabanggit kanina. Yung sa infrastructure, pagdating sa railway service, nasa line 54 to 56. Tapos, syempre yung pagkondena kay Marcos, yung pagbibigay konteksto dun sa travel expenses niya, pero hindi naman nabibigyan ng sapat na budget yung transport sector. So that's 61 to 63.
Noted po.
Tapos yung sa MRT dahil din sa mga trains natin. So that's line 21 to 24. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Anyone else? Yung mga nag-manifest po ng for merging. That's UPMIN, UPM, UPB, UPC, UPOU, UPV, and UPTA. Ano-ano po yung mga emerge, ano-ano ang mga babaguhin? Napag-usapan na po ba natin? UPM. I don't have to recognize you, so you may just go in front.
Isa sa mga lumitaw na suggestions sa UPM caucus kanina is kung possible ma-table yung resolution and to the end of the assembly or before the assembly ends and bumuo ng technical working group similar to sinagawa dun sa PWPS.
That's a suggestion. Okay. You may file it as a motion when we go back in session. Sige po. The other councils? Yung iba pong councils na nagsabi na mag-merge.
Bali, kung magme-merger naman tayo, ang concern ng UPO is sa title. Kasi yung napas nating resolution ay nag-urge siya na mag-unite at mag-intensify laban sa kampanya laban sa PMP tapos sa LTTRP. Pero ngayon naman, 'di ba, yung title naman nung natin ay yung pag-urge kay Marcos Jr. na nakita natin na medyo nag-iba yung context. So, meron kaming amendment kanina sana to revise yung dinidiscuss namin. Pero ito ay working title pa rin. So, go somewhere like this, a resolution demanding the GASC to stand for the pro-people enhancement of the transportation sector in the Philippines. And then magdagdag na lang tayo for the titles, for the title and also the resolution. So we're also in favor dun sa TWG. Ang problema lang is magkaka-quorum pa rin ba? Abot po ba sa quorum SR kung i-eject yung mga o yung authors involved sa assembly so they can focus on the TWG for the duration. Kasi sa TWG at pag-merge, kailangan focus sila dun sa merger. And hindi sila makakapag-discuss with the assembly kung may TWG.
Is that a question or a suggestion? A question. Pag-usapan natin dito pag-issue po ng ating session. But I also do suggest na pag nagka-TWG, at least one representative only, so the rest of the council can also focus on the convention. Okay po. Sige po. UPV? No na? Any other?
Meron din tayong isang precedent ng 53rd GASC na in-approve in principle yung mga resolutions kahit hindi na siya natackle ng thoroughly pero tiningnan yung esensya ng mga resolution at agree naman yung body. Tapos may TWG na lang na umayos nung wording nung mismong reso. We can refer to that precedent as well if there is a lack of time na tinitingnan natin doon sa usapin na nitong mga resolution na to. Kasi technically, everybody agrees na kailangan ilaban itong mga issues na ito. Hindi walang nagsasabing ayokong ipaglaban yung issue na ito. The manner of form of anong itsura yung ating pinag-uusapan ngayon. So, siguro isang perspective din yun. Kasi in other procedures, for example, sa mga commission ng national government, hindi lagi nag-meet yung mga commission unbanked. Anong ginagawa nila to approve resolutions? May tinatawag silang ad referendum mechanism. Ibig sabihin, papadala sa mga members of the body to approve it while hindi in session. So, isa rin yung another perspective na pwede natin gamitin. Pero again, hindi ito mga traditional ways of doing things like what we're doing right now. So, I guess it's a learning point for each and every one of us. Yung mga nangyayari ngayon, pero sana we can grow further from these experiences. So, yun lang. Thank you.
Good po. Any other? Kung wala na, can anyone motion that we go back to session dahil may mga nag-raise na mga suggestions a while ago? Or kung meron pa po, pwede naman nang i-raise ngayon.
Would it be possible to ask the authors of what they think so far of the discussion in light of the multiple insights from the different councils?
Hello po. So, first of all, from UPBAC, we did this experience with, we appreciate all the efforts of all the councils in providing their insights. Kasi, ang bottom line naman nito, tinatry natin kung paano best i-form yung resolution para makaangat yung campaigns natin. So, hopefully, na we are able to work through that. In terms of UPBAC, again, from the start, we are amenable to amendments in our resolution. I discussed earlier yung mga points namin, but will not reiterate. If it is the pleasure of the body to um, merge the resolutions, we will do our best to accommodate all of the aforementioned manifestations from earlier. Yun lang po.
Yung authors po ba nung the previously passed resolutions, may gusto bang isagot? Just go to the front po.
Hello, for the interest of time, and since we cannot hostage the entire convention for this matter, we think it would be best to pull out the authors of the previous resolution tackling the BUVMP and the current author, the BAC, to tackle the resolutions on how they will be measured, how will be going forward sa merging or recalibrating ng dalawang resolutions, so that the rest of the body can tackle the remaining resolutions as are.
Okay, would you like to file a motion to go back in session and then file a motion for that suggestion?
The UPV-US would like to file a motion to return to the regular session.
Okay, there is a motion to go back, to bring back the parliamentary procedure in session. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Parliamentary procedures are back po.
The UPV-USC would also like to file another motion to call on the authors of the number 11 resolution according to the GDocs, the 12th resolution, different resolution, for the engineering of the resolutions to come up with the sharpest possible resolution.
Okay, there is a motion to pull out representatives from the author and co-author councils of the two resolutions being discussed on the floor. Are there any seconds? Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Authors, you are excused from the convention to discuss the matter at hand. UPDBAC, you are recognized. Okay.
With the adoption of that motion, we just want to reaffirm our commitment in making this resolution. Representative of all of the files of the JSC, if there are any specific suggestions, please feel free to once the session has been suspended. So for lunch.
Sige po.
Yun lang po. Thank you.
We also have any amendments you wish to raise or to add. Kisend na lang po doon. We have representatives naman ng budgets. Okay. So habang wino-workshop po yung dalawang resolutions, let's move on to our next. A resolution to continue the campaign against budget cuts and for greater state subsidy for education and health, authored by UPM-USC and UPM Camp SC. Who will be presenting po? UPM-USC, you have 5 minutes.
Ayan, maayong aga sa lahat. So, UPM-USC ay hinahain ang solusyon na to na may title na A Resolution to Continue the Campaign Against Budget Cuts for Greater Subsidy for Education and Health. So, ayun, for the past 5 days naman natin dito sa UP Visayas for the KSUP and ngayon sa GASC, paulit-ulit naman na natin natalakay no, yung mga personal na manifestasyon no, ng budget cuts sa ating mga units. So, sa parte yun, hindi ko nag-aanong balak-balimin pa no, or mag-delve deeper pa doon sa epekto ng budget cuts sa education kasi nararanasan na rin namin yun. So, sa amin, sa UP Manila, bilang Health Sciences Center, ay kaya namin na makapagbigay ng sitwasyon ng health sector no, sa ating bansa. So, ayun. So, yun nga, sa nakaraang budget deliberations, kahit tumaas ng 2% yung budget ng UP system, kita naman natin na mayroong bumaba o may budget cut na in-approve para sa Philippine General Hospital. At sa amin, sa UP Manila, bilang konektado itong PGH sa amin, ay concerned din talaga namin ito. At nakakagalit din, no? Kasi ito yung tugon no, ng administrasyon, ng Department of Health, ng UP administration, na payagan, no, napayagan itong budget cuts. Kasi sa Philippine General Hospital nga, sobrang lala din talaga ng kondisyon no, ng hospital. At meron mga artikulo nga na nire-release no, natin describe yung Philippine General Hospital bilang isang malaking ICU na. At yung mga health workers doon, yung mga nurses, ang ratio ng nurses to patient ratio nila ay 1:18 to 20 patients per day. At meron sa kanila umaabot ng lampas 8 hours no, yung pagtrabaho bawat araw at wala silang overtime fee. Meron din silang issue sa delayed na health emergency allowance na pinamis sa kanila no, ng DOH noong panahon pa ng pandemic, pero hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin nabibigay. So nakakagalit no, na gano'n yung tugon ng administrasyon sa mga naranasan ng Philippine General Hospital na noong pandemya ay naging referral center na ng bansa natin. At sa edukasyon nga, makikita rin natin yung manifestasyon talaga at epekto ng budget cuts. Katulad yung mga nabanggit natin, no, na kakulangan sa council funds, yung funding sa fieldwork, sa mga varsities, no, sa mga social sciences. Ayun. Kaya itong resolution na to ay merong mga mungkahi, no, na una, na hindi natin ma-remind sa atin o paalala sa atin yung kahalagahan ng pagpapatuloy ng kampanya para sa mas mataas na budget kahit hindi deliberation season. Kasi ito yung mga buwan na dito ginagastos na no, ng administrasyon yung budget sa UP system. So kaya kailangan din natin maging vigilant, maging vigilant kung paano nila ito ginagamit, no, at paano nila ito nililiquidate at pinipresenta sa ating sa mga stakeholders. So, sa aming mga resolution, meron kami mga mungkahi dito at ang gusto ko bigyan ng pansin din dito ay sana no, sa mga susunod ay simulan natin yung pag-lobby na yung masama sa budget ng UP system, yung budget para sa mga satellite campuses, katulad ng School of Health Sciences. At sa panghuli dyan, hinikayat ang lahat ng mga student councils na nandito na ipagpatuloy talaga yung mga education campaigns and propaganda campaigns na gagamitin no, na reference yung General Appropriations Act na doon tatalakayin kung ano talaga yung kritisismo no, sa katungkol sa misappropriation ng budget natin sa militarisasyon, sa pagbabayad ng utang at sa korupsyon no, ng President Marcos Duterte.
Thank you, UPM-USC, for presenting the resolution. The floor is open for motions and manifestations po. Councils, are there any motions or manifestations? UPM NSC, you're recognized.
Hello, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Kami po sa UPM-NSC ay pinagpupugayan ng mga authors at co-authors ng resolusyong ito. At ilang ulit ko na po nabanggit nung KSCP pa lamang na kung ano yung manifestasyon ng budget sa college namin at sa PGH at kung paano nito naapektuhan yung quality ng education ng iba't ibang kolehiyo sa UP Manila quality ng care na naibibigay sa mga pasyente ng PGH. With this, the UPM-NSC would like to amend po page 3, 11th Resolutory Clause, lines 114 to 116. Be it further resolved that the members of the GASC shall demand the UP administration to provide the complete necessary equipment and learning materials that are of quality and up to standard needed by their constituents to ensure safety and promote quality and accessible education for all.
Thank you, UPM-NSC. There is a motion to amend the 11th resolutory clause on line 117 to 119, and the amended states, be it further resolved, that the members of the JSC shall demand the UP admin to provide the complete necessary equipment and learning materials that are of quality and up to standard needed by their constituents to ensure safety and promote quality and accessible education for all. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Motion duly amended. Thank you, UPM-NSC. UPDCSSPNC are recognized, and UPM-CAS-SC.
Pinagpupugayan ng UPD-CSS-PSC ang nagpapatuloy na laban para sa pagre-rechannel ng budget mula sa pamamasista tungo sa edukasyon at kalusugan. Hindi sa mga estudyante, pero para sa iba't ibang sektor, lalo na ang mga manggagawa. Dahil ang laban para sa budget ay laban para sa kabuhayan. Habang pinapaigting natin ang panawagan ng mga manggagawa para sa kanilang karapatan sa sapat na sahod at benepisyo, kailangan rin natin itampok ang pagre-regularisa sa mga kontraktual na mga manggagawa. Dahil kung mananatiling kontraktual ang mga manggagawa, patuloy lang ang pananamantalang danas nila sa kakarampot na sahod, kawalan ng benepisyo, at walang paniguradong seguridad pang-pinansyal. Kaya naman, the UPD-CSSP-SC would like to file an amendment to revise the resolutory clause on page 3, lines 92 to 94. The revision is as follows. Be it further resolved that the GASC shall help in amplifying the campaigns of the staff of the UP system, including the regularization of contractual workers and the provision of adequate salary and benefits to non-teaching and teaching workers of the system. Thank you.
Thank you, UPD-CSSPSC. So there is the filed a motion to amend the resolutory clause on line 92 to 94. Seconds. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clause duly amended. Thank you, UPD-CSSPSC. UPM-CAS-SC, you're recognized.
Kaakibat ng ating kampanya para sa mas mataas na budget para sa sektor ng health at edukasyon ay ang ating layunin para mapalawig ang kamalayang pangkalusugan or health consciousness ng bawat isa para ma-equip rin sila with the means to do so. Nakamtan natin ito sa ating kolehiyo sa pamamagitan ng mga inisyatiba para sa tulad ng nga lang na aming aktibidad, namigay kami ng libreng condoms, lubes at napkins sa mga constituents namin sa aming kolehiyo. Isang suliranin na kinakaharap namin sa aming kolehiyo, hanggang ngayon wala pa din klinika. Nagsasagawa ang mga biochemistry students ng lab works kung saan exposed sila regularly sa mga chemicals na health hazard. Para naman magawa ang aming annual physical exam, ay kailangan pa namin dumaan sa mahaba at burokratikong proseso sa PGH. Kaya ganito din ang proseso para sa pag-avail ng mga serbisyong psychososyal na sinasabi nila na libre sa aming mga estudyante na ino-offer ng PGH. Makikita natin na talagang huli sa prioridad ang usaping mental health para sa mga estudyante. Isa pang manifestasyon nito ay simula ngayong taon ay tinigil ng OSA ang pamimigay ng Student Wellness Subsidy sa mga estudyante. Ito yung funds na binibigay sa mga estudyante na nagsisuffer from mental health issues. Kaya napaka-ironic na ang Health Sciences Center nasa walang ayos yung mga estudyante. As we've heard in the past days, yung constituent unit using health-related services sa loob ng kanilang university campus, which is their problems tulad na lamang ng mga burokratikong proseso na nabanggit ko kanina, kakulangan ng pagtugon sa health concerns at sa hanay ng mga estang kasadyadahan. Health is a fundamental human right, kaya taas kamao siya sabing, "Yalo, sugat! Karapatan ng mamamayan." Which is why we would like to file for the following resolutory clause between the 5th and 6th resolutory clauses entitled, "Be it further resolved that the GASC demands the UP administration to establish a UP Health Service or UPHS facility in every constituent unit, offering free medical consultations, emergency consultations, and psychosocial services in order to address student health-related concerns inside the university campuses." Thank you po.
Thank you, UPM Class SC. There is a motion to add a resolutory clause between the 5th and 6th resolutory clause. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected. Motion flies. Kindly state the basis for the objection.
A minor revision lang, lagay na every constituent and regional unit. Kasi ang constituent unit, magiging yung big campuses na po natin itong karamihan. Kung regional unit, dito po natin papasok ang lahat ng School of Health Sciences at saka ang DEPO at lahat ng mga smaller campuses na mabubuo in the future. Yun lamang po.
Would you like to file a motion?
So, I file a motion to revise the proposed amendments that yung instead na every constituent unit, every constituent and regional unit. Yun lamang po.
Okay, thank you, UPMMC. So there is a motion to add regional units after, yeah, okay. Are there any second? UPMMC. Okay, are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected by UPMNSC. Please kindly state the basis for the objection. Thank you.
Ayun po. The basis of the objection is we want to add lang po doon sa sinuggest po na amendment na Gasc SC, UPM Gasc SC. So, for context lang po, ang mga nursing students po ay required na magpa-vaccinate before makapag-duty, and without fees necessary or required vaccinations, hindi po kami pwedeng duty sa ospital. Causing some students na binibigyan ng advice para maglowa muna just because wala silang or hindi sila complete sa vaccination. The UPMNC would like to add po doon sa amendment ng UPM CAS SC after po noong offering free medical consultations, free required vaccinations, yun po, Chair.
Thank you, UPMNSC. So there is sorry, you would have to refile the entire clause kasi na-object siya. So technically, there's no clause to add anything to. Yes, you have to refile the addition of this resolutory clause.
The UPMNC would like to file an amendment po. Be it further resolved that the GSC be it further resolved that the JSC demand the UP administration to establish a UP Health Service facility in every constituent unit and regional unit offering free medical consultations, free required vaccinations, emergency consultations, and psychosocial services in order to address students' health-related concerns inside the university campuses.
Okay, thank you, UPM and SC. So we've had the motion and added three required vaccinations. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Okay, UPDCHKSC objects. Motion flies. Kindly state the basis for the objection. Thank you.
So, the UPDCHKSC objects just because we want to add another part sa yung offering nila. So, bale, one of the main requirements ng mga varsity athletes is the service ng rehabilitative medicine or physical therapy services. So, that would like to file a motion bale, everything else, and mag-a-add lang before the that. So bale, emergency consultation, psychosocial services, and rehabilitative med services. So yun lang po. That's the motion po.
Did you refer the entire clause?
I would like to file a motion to amend the entire.
No, sorry, it's not amending na kasi na-object siya. So technically, there's no clause. So you have to file the resolutory clause again.
Okay po. I would like to file the a resolutory clause in the lines 96. So be it further resolved that the JSE demand the UP administration to establish a UP health service facility in every constituent and regional unit, offering free medical consultations, free required vaccinations, emergency consultations, psychosocial services, and rehabilitative services in order to address students' health-related concerns inside the university campus.
Thank you, UPDCHKSC. So, there is a motion to add this resolutory clause. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected. Can you state the basis for the objection?
Just sa POI, tama ba na free required vaccines, ang layunin ba nito ay mamigay ng mga libreng vaccines na kailangan o libreng i-require na mabakunahan yung mga tao? Ayun, kasi kapag like mandatory bakunahan. So, baka pwedeng ayusin lang natin yung terminology ko. Salamat po.
Is that a POI to a certain council?
Yes. The council will propose
The resolutory clause?
Yes.
Okay, so that was NSC, correct? Okay.
Ayun po. Yung hingin po namin doon ay maibigay po yung mga libreng required na vaccinations po. Such as, for example po ay, let's say Hep B vaccine po. Yan, maibigay po ng libre kasi ngayon po ay nag-out of pocket po kami. Yun po yung meaning namin doon sa free, yung required na vaccinations.
Does that answer the POI? Okay. So we would still have to refile this amendment kasi na-objective siya. So there is no clause again. Sige po. The floor is open for motions and manifestations. You can cast as you recognize. With all the additions, we would like to refile the motion to add the resolutory clause. Be it further resolved that the GASC demand the UP administration to establish a UP health service or UPHS facility in every constituent and regional unit offering free medical consultations, pre-required vaccinations, emergency consultations, psychosocial services, and rehabilitative services in order to address students' health-related concerns inside the university campuses. Thank you, Yupen SC. There is a motion to refile the resolutory clause. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Objected. Rescinded. Again, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clause to be added. Ba't pumapalakpak? Mga OA kasi. Sige po, UPLB, you're recognized.
First lang natin SR na yung minimum pre-required vaccinations ay hindi magkakaroon ng required vaccination yung mga estudyante as placed on the minutes para lang sa interpretation ng ating resolution sa mga susunod kapag ipinasa natin sa higher bodies. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPLB. So that is a clarification that you are not requiring all students, correct? Sige po. Thank you. Para lang po ma-reflect sa minutes. It's not giving students free required vaccinations. All students. Okay po. Thank you for the clarification. The floor is still open for motions and manifestations. UPM, SHS Tarlac SC are recognized, and UPLB, CVM SC, UPB USC, UPMD SC. Pila na lang po tayo. Thank you.
Isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat. Ang SHS lang ay nais magbigay ng manifestasyon. Kaisa ang UPM SHS lang sa usaping budget cut. Alam naman natin na matagal na nating ikinakampanya ang patungkol sa budget cut dahil hindi lamang tayo ang nakakaranas nito. Hindi lamang UP campuses ang nakakaranas nito, maging ang iba pang state universities dito sa bansa ay ramdam ang budget cut. Simula pa lang sa hindi pagkakaroon ng mga sapat na silid-aralan o student spaces at maging mga kagamitan sana sa eskwelahan na magagamit ng mga estudyante, kagaya ng mga libro, mga PC o kung ano-ano pa. Isa pa sa mga hamon nating mga leader estudyante ay ang pakikipaglaban sa mga nakakataas sa atin na patuloy na tumututol na mag-organisa at ipaglaban ng ating karapatan dahil isa na din sa mga dahilan ng pagtutol nila dito ay dahil alam ng Rehimeng Marcos Duterte na ang ipinaglalaban ng mga scholar ng bayan ay makakaapekto sa kabasarahan na ginagawa sa administrasyong ito. Sa UP pa lamang po ito, pero sobra na ang epekto nito sa ating lahat. Kaya suporta kami na ikampanya ang pagtaas ng budget sa UP system. Hindi lamang ang mga SUCs ang natatamaan ng budget cut. Kahit ang mga LGU na sumusuporta sa SHS campuses, apektado nito. Bukod pa sa inflation. At sa mga SHS campuses po ay varying ang suporta ng LGUs. Around 1.3 million per year lang sa Coronadal at 10 million per year sa Tarlac. Hindi ito sustainable. Vulnerable rin ang mga SHS campuses sa local politics sa usapin ng funding. As much as we believe that LGUs and UP should collaborate, we need to push forward fiscal autonomy ng SHS campuses with a better share of budget from UP. At ayun lamang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPM SHS Tarlac SC.
Okay.
Thank you, UPOUSCM Secretariat. UPLB CVMSC, you're recognized.
Ayun, isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat at pagpupugay sa mga sumulat ng resolusyong ito. So gusto lang sana namin magbigay ng maikling manifestation tungkol sa epekto ng budget cut at mababang subsidiya sa aming kolehiyo. So ayun, tulad na lang yung nabanggit ng mga nakarang araw, ayun, hindi na rin bago sa ating lahat yung mga kakulangan sa slots, yung mga, tulad nga na kwento nung nakaraan, yung isang professor namin na tumanggap ng 220 plus estudyante para sa isang klase na dapat ay 120 lang. So ayun, hindi na siya bago. Kumbaga, nangyari na rin siya noong mga nakarang semestre. Tulad nun, ang ginagawa nila ay hinahati nila yung klase. So kalahati ay online, yung kalahati ay face-to-face. So ngayon, siguro mas bigyan ko na lang din ng, mas ibahagi ko na lang yung nangyari noong nakaraang semestre. So sa isang subject kasi namin na Vet Anatomy, ay required ang mga, ay meron kaming kailangan ng mga specimen para, yun, aralin ang anatomy nila. So sa Vet Anatomy ko, marami kaming hayop na kailangan doon. Example na lang, 2 kambing, 4 na manok, tapos mga ganun. So madami siya. And ang problema, dati kasi ay nasasagot ng kolehiyo yung mga specimen na yon. Pero nitong nakarang semester kasi ay hindi siya kayang sagutin. And nakausap na namin yung admin namin. And ayun, in-explain nila kung bakit hindi nila kayang masagot. So ang problema nun ay noong sinuma lahat, papatak na halos 300 yung pag-aambaga ng isang buong batch para sa mga specimen na yon. Bukod pa doon yung mga gamit na pangsarili. Ngayon, ang ginawa namin ay tinulungan naman yung mga estudyante na maghanap ng mga sponsors para doon. So ang nangyari ay, ang nag-sponsor, so walang nabayaran yung mga estudyante. Ang nangyari ay naghanap ng mga sponsors para sa mga specimen na yun, sa mga private individuals and private companies. So ayun, ang problema lang ay kasi umaasa na rin ngayon ng admin namin sa admin ng aming kolehiyo sa mga private sponsorships and donations para sa renovation ng aming facilities tsaka mga laboratory. So ibig sabihin nun, sobrang ganun kakulang yung ibinibigay sa mga kolehiyo natin. Ayun, mas ramdam namin bilang mas malamig kami sa aming kolehiyo, sobrang liit ng ibinibigay nila na tipong kailangan na mag-resort ng aming admin para sa mga private sponsorships para lang magkaroon kami ng mga bagay na dapat naman ay meron naman talaga kami. Ayun nga, tulad ng mga necropsy facilities at mga laboratories namin. Tapos, pati naman sa mga surgery classes. So dati kasi ay sinasagot ng kasi required siya. So sinasagot talaga ng mga kumbaga ng admin yung anesthesia, kahit anesthesia man lang. Pero ngayon kasi ang nangyari ay partial na lang yung nasasagot. Bibigyan na lang kami ng certain amount talaga, kung tutuusin, required siya, and yun yung gastos sa surgery classes. Gamot, meron pa, kumbaga, patient care. So lahat kasi yun ay sagot ng estudyante. So hindi bumababa sa 500 pesos per week yung nagagastos ng isang grupo para sa mga patients. Bukod pa doon yung yung sa care talaga, yung sa mga kasi yung magalan for 1 week. Pagka tagumpay, natin yung nailaban ang pagtuto sa budget cut ngayong taon ay hintusan ng isang tunay na libre, aksesible at dekalidad na edukasyon na naglalayo ng pambansa, siyentipiko at makamasang forma nito. Di pa rin naaalis ang problema sa salat na budget, kulang na pasilidad at espasyo at mababang bilang ng mga guro sa ating universidad. Kaya naman ngayon, makakaasa kayo sa buong suporta ng Konseho ng Kolehiyo ng Medisinang Pangveterinaryo sa pagsulong ng mga panawagan sa pagpapataas ng budget para sa edukasyon at kalusugan. Ayun lang, maraming salamat.
Thank you, UPRBC, BMSC, UPB, USC, Ermax.
Isang taas kamang pagpupugay sa UPM-USC, UPA-SC at UP-Camp-SC sa pagtakda ng resolusyon sa pangangampanya laban sa budget cuts at paglaban para sa greater state subsidy for education and health. Kaisa ninyo ang UPB-USC sa kampanya laban sa budget cuts at para sa student services na nararapat lamang na matamasa ng lahat ng constituents ng Universidad ng Pilipinas. Sa usapin ng budget cuts at BSS, biktima rin ang UP Baguio sa kakulangan ng academic facilities at equipment na kung titingnan natin ay dapat natutugunan para makamit ang quality education. Sa recent census forms na inilunsad ng UP Baguio University Student Council para sa ng all colleges as lumabas na kulang sa laboratory equipments ang mga estudyante ng College of Science at College of Arts and Communications to the point na nare-require ng ibang computer science students na magdala ng kanilang sariling laptops para sa laboratory activities nila. Iba't ibang gamit para sa biology students tulad ng microscopes at analytical balance na nag-iisa lang sa buong universidad na hindi-cater ang lahat ng biology students sa UP Baguio. Isa pa ang kakulangan ng equipment sa College of Arts and Communications tulad ng teleprompters, audio and video equipment at mga software na hindi binibigay ng subscription ng college nila para sa mga software na ginagamit ng students. So usapin naman ng facilities, kulang na kulang ang students sa UP Baguio sa laboratories at rooms na malamang ay kailangan upang makapag-perform ng iba't ibang experiments, activities na nag-require ng computers, productions, at iba pang academic activities. Karagdagan pa dito ang pagbabayad ng mga estudyante ng malaking halaga para sa mga fieldworks na necessary sa kanilang curriculum. Paano makakamit ang kalidad na edukasyon kung hindi edukasyon ang pinagbibigyang pansin at prioridad? Kung hindi ang mga kagyat na pangangailangan ng isang kaestudyantehan ang unang napopondohan. Nakakalungkot isipin na kahit ito ang pangangailangan ng isang kaestudyantehan at nagkaroon na nga tayo ng budget cuts, iba ang pinaglalaanan ng pera ng admin tulad ng pagpapalitado ng parking lot sa aming campus ay kung titignan ay hindi naman nagdadala ng sasakyan ng mga estudyante ng UP Baguio. Imbis na ipagamit sa students ang Balay International na matagal na rin ipinapakausap na gamitin bilang student spaces, ikinagamit at ipinarenta sa ibang entidad na may manifestasyon lamang na ibang prioridad ng lokal na administrasyon. Isa pa ang bulwagang Luna na hanggang ngayon ay nakatenga na sana ay binibigyan prioridad. Kaya naman sa lahat ng council na ito, patuloy natin palampagin ang administrasyon at labanan ng budget cut sa UP at tumindig para sa greater state subsidy na nararapat lamang na matamansa ng isang kaestudyantehan ng UP. Ayun. With this, the UPB-USC would like to file an amendment to change the word continue to strengthen in the title of the resolution, so it will read as a resolution to strengthen the campaign against budget cuts and for greater state subsidy for education and health.
Thank you, UPB-USC. So there is a motion to amend the title to a resolution to strengthen the campaign against budget cuts and for greater state subsidy for education and health. Are there any seconds? Seconded. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, motion carries, title duly amended. Thank you, UPB-USC. UPMDSC, you are next.
Kaugnay ng resolusyong ito, ang kinakalampagan paulit-ulit na aming minamanifesta sa mga nakaraang araw patungkol sa mga issue sa aming kolehiyo. Ito ay kaugnay sa kakulangan ng pondo upang makapagdagdag ng teaching staff kung kaya't pagpupugay sa pagsusulat ng resolusyong ito. Para sa konteksto, sa aming kolehiyo, wala sa obserbasyon ng mga nakaraan na semestre noong Enero, ang mga dental chairs sa aming kolehiyo ay hindi lahat nagagamit dahil sa kakulangan ng faculty. Sa isang clinical section, 6 hanggang 8 lamang na mag-aaral ang naka-assign sa isang faculty upang maiwasan ang disgrasya tuwing dental practice at matutukan ang mga mag-aaral. Ngunit, kasabay nito, ang mga faculty rin na ito ang nagtuturo ng teoretika sa mga mag-aaral na hindi pa nakakatungtong ng clinics. Kaysa na mabigay ang oportunidad na ito sa mga clinician na makapagtapos ng kanilang mga clinical requirements upang makapagtapos sa oras, nauusog ito dahil nga sa kakulangan ng faculty, kasabay ng iba pang problema. Mula sa diskusyon noong nakaraang town hall meeting ng College of Dentistry, ang problema sa bilang ng faculty ay hindi kayang iresolba sa level pang kolehiyo, sapagkat ito ay nakaakibat sa ating university budget. With this, the UPFDSC would like to amend preambulatory clause on line 56 to 61, whereas this translates into the hiring of faculty, delayed salaries for new faculty, health emergency allowances of contractual PGH workers and administrative and maintenance staff, delayed stipend of students from UP Manila School of Health Sciences campuses, lack of financial support for student councils and organizations, lack of free student spaces and student housing, lack of financial subsidy for lecture and laboratory classes, lack of mental health subsidy, etc. In addition, we would also like to add a resolutory clause on line 89 to 91. Be it further resolved that the GASC shall help in amplifying the staff of the UP system to hire sufficient teaching staff, give adequate salary and benefits to the non-teaching and teaching workers of the system. Thank you po.
Thank you, UPMDSE. So there is an amendment to the preambulatory clause on line 57. It reads, whereas this translates into the hiring of faculty, delayed salaries for new faculty, health emergency allowances of contractual PGH workers and administrative and maintenance staff, delayed stipend of the students from UPM SHS campuses, lack of financial support for student councils and organizations, lack of free student spaces and student housing, lack of financial subsidy for lecture and laboratory classes, lack of mental health subsidy, etc. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries, whereas clause duly amended. The second one is the regulatory clause on line 92. It now reads that the JSU shall help in amplifying the staff of the UP system to hire sufficient teaching staff, give adequate salary and benefits to the non-teaching and teaching workers of the system. Are there any seconds? Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Clause duly amended. Thank you, UPMDSC. The floor is open for motions manifestations. UPMMSC, you recognized. UP Min CHSSSC, you recognized. And UPLBUSC. UPLBCBCSC as well. Kindly line up na lang po.
Afternoon po sa inyo lahat. UPM-MSC would just like to make an amendment sa previously amended resolutory clause, specifically the one on line 96. Ito po yung nagkaroon ng POI regarding the free required vaccines. So, i-clear up na po natin yun ngayon. Yung kanina po, nasa line 96. So, instead of free required vaccinations, ang papalitan na lang natin po yung free. Well, i-read ko na lang po. Be it further resolved that the GASC demand the UP administration to establish a UP health service or UPHS facility in every constituent and regional unit. Ito po yung dagdag. That shall be located on areas accessible to students and all stakeholders, offering free medical consultations, free medical services and products required for the completion of their degree program, emergency consultations, psychosocial services, and rehabilitative services in order to address students' health-related concerns inside the university campuses. So we believe that this will answer the queries that were raised a while ago, and it will also make the resolutory clause more holistic for all, or not just for the health sciences fields, but also other fields that require vaccines or other medical procedures so that the students can do the field work. So that's all po. Thank you. Nasend na po ito sa GC.
Thank you po, UPMMSC. So there is a motion to amend the resolutory clause on line 96 to 101 and change free required vaccinations to free medical services and products required for the completion of their degree program. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries. Resolutory clause amended. Thank you, UPM, MSC. UP Min CHS, SSC, you're recognized.
Maayong aga. So we would like to file a point of inquiry. So in UP Mindanao, we are really an animal-friendly environment. So on top of that, there are cases about animal bites. So because there's a lot of budget as well as services, so a lot of students a lot of students kasi wala silang free access to vaccination. And if they're gonna go to private na mga services, it would cost about 10,000. And then for free services naman, kasi hindi nakikita lahat because limited yung vaccines. So my question is that, is it feasible to have vaccines or emergency vaccines like this, especially for us in UP Mindanao, wherein a lot of students, may mga cases about animal bites. Ayun lang.
This is APOI 2.
To the authors po.
Okay, to the author and UPM task you're recognized.
Hello, aside a direct answer dun sa question, yes, kasama naman dito sa resolution yung about sa animal rights or cases no na let's say nakakagat ng mga aso. Hindi, ayun, kasama dun sa inamen kanina yung mga emergency consultations for UP Mindanao and syempre sa iba ring sa lahat ng units actually and colleges, we suggest din na i-try no na push ko dun sa mga meron na at sure yung kung yung mga wala pa yung push talaga na merong magkaroon ng UHS pero ayun we can localize yung long ng mga demands or requests no na for free emergency consultations and vaccines ayun yun lang.
Hello, does that answer the POI? You have follow-up? No? Sige po. Next po na recognize is UPLB USC.
Ayan, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Pagpupugay po sa mga author ng resolusyon na ito na nagsusulong sa pagpapatampong ng ating karapatan para sa aksesibleng serbisyong pangkalusugan para sa lahat. Alam naman po natin na isa po ang reproductive healthcare sa nakatatanggap ng hindi enough na budget para makater ang mga problema na kinakaharap ng ating bansa o dito. Hindi na rin naman to bago sa atin na although ay nasisinsin ang topic regarding reproductive healthcare ay mayroon pa rin pagkukulang education-wise sa pagdistigmatize sa mga topics regarding reproductive health. Ayun po, bilang frontline sa pagpapatampok, hindi lamang para sa isang NSFO na tipo ng edukasyon, kasama rin po sa ating sinusulong ang isang safe and conducive learning environment for our constituents. And to add a provision na rin, siguro, tackling the reproductive health at para mas lalo pa natin masiksen at ma-address ang mga problema regarding reproductive health, the UPLB USC would like to file a motion to add another resolutory clause on at line 106, stating, it further resolved that the GASC shall advocate for the stigmatization on the reproductive healthcare to fight against discrimination associated with sexually transmitted infections, gender disparities, contraception, and others, strengthening our fight for a safe learning environment. That's all po.
Thank you, UPLB-USC. So they added a resolutory clause on destigmatizing reproductive health care. Are there any seconds? Seconded, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion carries, resolutory clause duly added. Thank you, UPLB-USC. Next po, UPLB-CDCSC.
Ayan. So magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Bilang pagbibigay konteksto lang sa kung bakit hindi sapat na mayroong UHS sa bawat unit. Bagkus kailangan din natin na itong UHS na ito ay may establish sa mga lokasyon na accessible hindi lamang sa mga estudyante kundi sa lahat ng UP constituents at stakeholders nito. Gaya na lamang ng sitwasyon sa UPLB, as all of us know, na ang aming campus ay nakalocate sa paa ng bundok Makiling. At yung aming UHS ay nakalocate sa gitna ng Florida. Dahil siya, parang ganito kasi. Parang yung UHS namin ay nakalocate sa daan patungong forestry. Pero at the same time, malayo siya sa forestry
malayo siya sa lower campus and hindi ka makakarating doon nang hindi sumasakay ng jeep at hindi rin pwedeng lakarin dahil nga ito ay pataas, patarik siya. At karagdagan din syempre yun nga na yung issue natin sa certificate, yung need na pagpapakonsulta ng mga estudyante ay paano tayo magpapakonsulta ng may sakit tapos kakailanganin pa natin umakyat ng bundok para lang magkaroon tayo ng access sa libreng konsultasyon. Ayun, so sinusuhayan ng UPLB-CBC-SC ang resolusyong ito, lalong-lalo na yung regulatory clause na lines 96 to 100 na talagang iginigiit na hindi sasapat yung meron, masabi lang na merong UHS facilities sa bawat units. Bagkus, dapat itong gawing accessible sa lahat ng UP constituents, lalong-lalo na sa mga estudyante. Salamat po.
Thank you, CDCSE. Sorry, amendment siya, right? I know. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sige po. Thank you, UPLB-CBC-SC. The floor po is still open for motions or manifestations. Are there any pa? UPM and SC, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, point of order lang po. Dun sa amended po na clause na anything, I believe nasa page 3 po siya.